I think that I'd like to fall that under his talk, but you never really know. And again, President Trump's kind of against the status quo, at least on some of these issues that do pose a potential upside risk for oil in the year ahead.
I want to go to your outlook for 2025, but first, can you just reflect back on the year that was in oil? WTI basically flat for 2024. What was really driving that, I guess, lack of movement?
Well, on the supply side, OPEC had been taking barrels out of the market. There wasn't a whole lot to get excited on the demand side of things. China's economy has been incredibly weak. Not only that, but they've been pushing EVs much harder. And keep in mind that their gasoline demand may have already peaked now moving forward. And so Chinese demand is a huge headwind for this market. And it comes as there's a lot of supply that remains offline, and the U.S. is back at producing record amounts of crude oil ourselves at about 13.6 million barrels a day. So I think a lot of this story is really focused on the China economy that really has struggled for much of this year. Now there's a promise of stimulus moving forward, but there's simply too many spare barrels sitting offline here for the market to really see much of a run up. Now, I think we could see a bit of a spring surge. That may be tied more to refined products, but we'll have to keep an eye on the U.S. economy. I mean, there's a lot of potential possibilities that could slow our economy down, which in turn could also slow down global oil consumption.
How do you think about inflation for 2025? Because at least at the Federal Reserve, the FOMC members did up their inflation projections. How do you kind of take inflation into your forecast?
Well, as you indicate, I mean, a year ago, we were sitting here talking about waiting for the Fed to cut interest rates rather aggressively, and now they've really toned that down, and now there's more caution in their statements, and that could pose a negative for oil as well. I don't think oil or energy is going to be inflationary in 2025, but it's obviously a risk factor. If the Fed slows down its interest rate cuts, there could be ramifications for the dollar, and of course, the dollar right now has been fairly strong, so keep in mind that oil is globally traded in dollars. That could even have an impact on the price of oil, and certainly something we'll be watching in the year ahead.
I am curious, Patrick, and maybe if we can circle this back to the consumer. There was obviously a lot of talk during this election cycle about gas prices, despite the fact that, at least as of today, gas prices at the pump are about 40% lower than where they were, I think, about a year ago or so. It gets to the question here as to whether we see prices at the pump, at the retail level, kind of remain where they are, maybe even go lower, or are there some forces out there where maybe we should prepare ourselves for higher prices ahead?
Well, I think for consumers, it's going to be a third year straight of declines. Ever since 2022, the yearly national average, again in 2025, likely to trend lower. Now, consumers shouldn't mistake that for flat gas prices through the year, because we will see gas prices start to go up as we get closer to warmer weather. By the way, according to Gas Buddy data this morning, one of those rare moments where the national average has slipped below the $3 a gallon mark. I do think that will be temporary. And in the spring, we will see that surge. Prices will probably run up 25 to 50 cents a gallon, and they could get closer to the mid and upper $3 mark, but that's going to stop short of what we saw last year when the national average peaked at about $3.67 a gallon. So it's good news for consumers. They probably won't be shelling out as much in 2025, but keep in mind, President Trump's promise to cut energy prices in half, that's a big difference. Talking about prices at $3 versus his promise of cutting them in half, which would represent a price below $2.
Yeah, something we haven't really seen on a sustained basis, probably since I was in diapers. Patrick, I am curious about this idea of an export economy for our energy. We've obviously seen the U.S. over the last few years become energy independent, and of course now has a relatively thriving export business. How much can that expand based on our own demands here locally, and how much is going to be left over to ship out and sell to other folks overseas?
Well, I mean, you're looking at U.S. exports. A lot of that is lighter, sweeter crude oil. And really the bigger boom is LNG. And that's what certainly could expand under President Trump. The exports of LNG, I mean, he's already threatening Europe that if they don't buy additional U.S. energy, that there's going to be ramifications. And I do think there's room to grow. Well, natural gas prices have been blossoming here in the last couple of months on the promise of potentially more exports. Natural gas now above the $3 mark. So I think there is room to grow. The U.S. is the world's largest energy producer. producer. And I think we'll probably see that continue to grow in the years ahead, especially as Russia continues its war in Ukraine and Europe continues to turn to the U.S. So I think there's a lot of promise in U.S. exports. And again, look for exports, especially of LNG and crude oil, to continue increasing this year as countries potentially make the shift and as President Trump may push countries to make the switch over to U.S. energy.
Patrick, what geopolitical risks are you looking at for 2025 that could potentially pose a risk to your forecasts?
Well, again, I think President Trump is a bit of a wild card. What he says and what he does, it's a little bit against the status quo to come out and, talk about potentially putting tariffs on oil and other things, everything really from Canada and Mexico. So the political relationships could shift in the years ahead. And keep in mind, China, still a really big one. How they're shifting away from fossil fuels is a big turning point here. They've potentially already seen peak consumption. We turn to India to see growth there as well. So, and there's a lot of geopolitical issues. The Middle East has been quieting down, but there's still the potential of conflict there, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, certainly something to keep an eye on. But I think geopolitically, with somebody like President Trump in the White House, he may strong arm other countries into potentially doing what he likes a little bit more. And that certainly could keep energy prices from climbing much more substantially if he uses that strong arm frequently.
I'm curious, do you think there will be any sort of meaningful global coordination on some of this? Obviously, we know OPEC Plus has its own cartel, but in the past we have seen I guess cooperation, for lack of a better word, among some of the other major oil producers that aren't in OPEC in dealing with OPEC, or is just the relationship so fractured and so disparate right now that investors shouldn't pay any attention to that?
Well, I think it is certainly fractured. I think there's dissension amongst the ranks at OPEC. I mean, we've already seen some of that. Some countries certainly want to raise production. Saudi Arabia and Russia kind of going against that, trying to hold the line. The Saudis are spending a lot of money, and they have a lot at stake here if oil prices were to decline even more significantly. So there's certainly some driving factors. But again, some OPEC members do want to increase production while others do not. And that's something to keep an eye on. OPEC is certainly not as coordinated as it once was.
All right, Patrick, great stuff. Patrick DeHaan over at Gas Buddy, a closer look here at the oil and gas market. And we kind of put this in the context, Emily, of this, of course, being the holiday travel season. I was looking at some statistics because I didn't quite realize this, but basically the projection is about 120 million people traveled more than 50 miles from their home over this holiday period. Almost all of those, more than 100 million of those, were by car, not by airplane, which I guess makes sense, guys. There's a lot of people. I mean, we talk about this idea of whether that sort of continues into the season next year or into the summer season next year, et cetera, et cetera. Is there going to be enough appetite for that, particularly with gas prices being as low as they are?
Yeah, and also considering that flying is not always the most fun activity. Yeah. There's delays, there's difficulty on the airplane boarding, and it's getting more expensive.
And it's getting louder. Have you noticed this trend of people who apparently don't own headphones for some reason or another? So they pull out their phone or their tablet and they just play whatever, movie or video they want. And like, what are you doing, dude?
I feel like as a New York City resident, that wouldn't bother me because on the subway, everyone is already playing their speaker and music. But I could see to a non-city dweller how that would be very alarming.
Yeah, well, as a New York City dweller, I just keep my noise-canceling headphones in so I can ignore everyone on the New York City subway and hopefully survive. All right, let's get you an update on some of the other stories out there this morning. Your Bloomberg brief right here on Bloomberg Surveillance, and a focus on Ukraine's largest mobile operator and a partnership with Elon Musk's Starlink to introduce satellite-powered cellular service in the country. The deal allows the company's customers to use space-based connectivity when terrestrial networks are unavailable, with text messaging expected somewhere towards the end of 2025. Now, this partnership aims to provide telecom infrastructure resistant to Russian attacks, which have regularly targeted Ukrainian infrastructure since the invasion back in 2022. Meanwhile, a big supplier for NVIDIA, Ibiden, is weighing faster expansion to meet demand for chip package substrates used in NVIDIA's semiconductors. The company building a new substrate factory in Japan, but may need to actually accelerate capacity increases to keep up with customer demand. The CEO of that company saying sales of AI-use substrates are robust and demand is likely to last through next year. And Charles Dolan, how about this? He's a paid television pioneer. He founded HBO. He built Cablevision into the 5th largest U.S. cable company. He's passed away. He passed away yesterday at the age of 98. He was regarded as a maverick, a visionary really, in the world of television, who continually surprised investors and rivals while vexing a lot of folks on Wall Street by periodically running up his company's debt. That might be an understatement, but it paid off in a big way. In 1997, Dolan became the owner of Madison Square Garden and its two main tenants, you may have heard of them, the New York Knicks and the New York Rangers. That is your Bloomberg Business Brief. And Emily, I know you're from the Northeast area. I don't know if you're a Knicks fan or a Rangers fan, but we talk about Charles Dolan and what he built. I mean, HBO was phenomenal. And it's hard to kind of overstate just how impactful HBO at the time when it came out. I mean, there was nothing like that.
Right.
To get movies on demand in that way. Programming, they were doing sports programming back then too. A lot of people forgot. And to get that in a way that just didn't exist, even on network television back then, absolutely remarkable.
Right. And now I feel like we take it for granted, consumers do, that you can just turn on your TV and you can basically get any program with HBO Max. That is one of those names that's still carrying on today.
And of course, his legacy lives on with his son, who's now, of course, in charge of MSG. I don't know if you're a big sports fan or not, but
I am going to my first Knicks game in January.
Well, there you go. Should be fun. Of course, the Knicks, they're a decent team. They had a good run last year. We'll see if they can repeat this year. Anyway, Charles Dolan passing away at the age of 98, a pioneer, really. Not so much in the world of sports, but in the world of television, of course, with the shepherding of Cablevision and his co-founding of HBO. We're going to take a look at the life and legacy of someone else who passed away, and that is Jimmy Carter, 100 years of age, passing away overnight here. We're going to talk about exactly what he meant to this country and the legacy he leaves behind. That's coming up next, right here on Bloomberg Surveillance.
Do you think it'll be the case where someday you will be an investment committee or I'll be an investment committee and we just apply AI, decide whether it's a good deal or not, or we're not going to be there anytime soon?
I don't think we'll be there in the near term. And David, because, being on investment committees, there's the analytics of the math, there's the people, and then there's judgment. So analytics and math, I think AI will help us get way more refined. Right now, we have analysts building models upon models. Our typical investment memo is 86 pages. So we could refine that down very, very seamlessly to pieces. The people aspect to it, to make a judgment call on, do I believe this entrepreneur is going to go the next mile? Do I believe that the background of the entrepreneur, who they are, what they stand for, their values, their family, that's the harder one. I think AI is going to take some time to get there. And then the final piece ends up being judgment. And I don't believe we've seen anything yet that gives us a sense of judgment that we're able to apply.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
The median projection is 2 rate cuts next year. That makes sense to me. But we have to remain agile. Every meeting is live from the standpoint that you're debating, you're discussing, you're thinking what's the right level of policy. But my projection is that it will take many fewer rate cuts next year than we thought. But I'll watch the economy and see if that works out.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. The Fed decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at the Forbidden City in Beijing, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance. A quick check on the markets here. S&P futures remain on the back foot, setting up for what could potentially be a third straight day of declines for the major index. Unchanged right now on euro dollar, and your 10-year yield continues to drift lower here now at 4.56 and change, down 6 basis points here. A focus on the financial markets and a focus on politics and a focus on the life and legacy of Jimmy Carter. That's under surveillance this morning.
President Carter came to office in the wake of Watergate and Vietnam with a commitment to right the ship of state.
President Carter brought back to government honesty, integrity, and faith in government. He ran as a candidate on a government as good as its people, and he truly did deliver that.
I think President Carter, in many ways, was ahead of his time in terms of his emphasis, for example, on human rights, in terms of his thinking about alternative energy, in terms of his role in the Middle East peace agreements that he put together. And we all know that his ex-presidency, which has been such a long one, has been graced by remarkable contributions to humanity by former President Carter. I think right now, he is seen very favorably. I'm really happy to see that because he's a very special man.
One of President Carter's biggest challenges was energy in the face of the second Arab oil embargo.
Yeah, well, he was president during a very challenging time. As you recall, there was the oil embargo, which drove oil prices up dramatically. That became a catalyst for the highest inflation that we had really since the war, and probably even before that. And so he had to take some very tough fiscal measures. He did appoint Paul Volcker, who, by very much tightening monetary policy, caused a recession, which certainly was not an easy thing for President Carter to run through.
He was the first person to talk about energy and how we had to start looking at renewable energy plans and how our country could invest and incentivize in that area. And I don't know if you remember, but he had a solar panel on the White House, which when he left, President Reagan took down. But he had fuel mileage standards and, really realized, I think, way before anybody else that we had to start thinking about what climate and what it was doing to our planet.
But as influential as Jimmy Carter was as president, he will be remembered every bit as much for what he did after he left office.
The thing, though, that I think is absolutely most notable about President Carter is we can all debate the relative merits of any individual president's term, but I think it's inarguable that President Carter is the single most impressive, most successful, and most to be admired ex-president in the history of our nation. This is a man who took the responsibilities of being a visible public figure incredibly seriously and was a role model to all of us.
And January 9th here in the U.S. will be a national day of mourning for former President Jimmy Carter. That announcement being made by current President Joe Biden. And typically on those national days of mourning, markets will be closed. We'll continue to monitor that situation as we count down, of course, to the official remembrances for the 39th President of the United States. But when we talk about that legacy, we have to kind of talk about what actually got him into office in the first place. William Doyle joins us right now. He's the author of Inside the Oval Office and Titan of the Senate. And I do want to go back to 1976, if you will, maybe even before that. There was no way anyone thought that Jimmy Carter was going to win the presidency. He shocked a lot of people in those Iowa caucuses, ends up defeating Ford. And I am curious about sort of what sort of laid the foundation for him to go from a relatively unknown governor in a southern state to being president of the United States.
Well, I think you identified one of the keys, which is South. Jimmy Carter was the last Democratic candidate to sweep the so-called solid South, and he had an unusual appeal to black voters, to centrist and conservative white voters, and to people who were really ready for a change. And of course, we had a assassinated president in Kennedy. We had a presidency kind of in ruins after Lyndon Johnson's failed at the end of his presidency, and of course Richard Nixon and Jerry Ford's very short presidency. Americans were ready for something entirely new, and Carter, in a sense, was the perfect president for that time, although he was perhaps doomed from the start because he was not a very good communicator, and he hated politics, ironically. Everyone will tell you that. And so he was much more concerned about the technical details of issues and fixing them than he was about being a Republican or a Democrat. He was a technocrat.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, too, because it kind of leads us to 1980 and him losing the election to Reagan, who in a lot of ways was almost the exact opposite. Not necessarily the best administrator, but obviously just a magnificent politician who knew exactly how to communicate with the people. Why didn't Carter end up with a second term? Was it because of the lack of communication, the lack of connection?
Well, I think that was a huge problem, especially in relation to Reagan, who was an absolute master on a level of Franklin Roosevelt or John Kennedy in terms of connecting to the American, to the American heartbeat and communicating. But of course, Carter was in terrible political trouble with the after effects of multiple energy shocks. Inflation went through the roof, unemployment went through the roof to staggering numbers, and then came the Iran hostage crisis, which sort of sealed his fate. But I think we have to remember that Jimmy Carter laid the foundation for the Reagan Revolution. He initiated strong action against the Soviets. He started the defense buildup that Reagan accelerated soon after. In fact, Jimmy Carter was a retroactive hero of the Gulf War of 1990 and 1991, because back in the 70s, he was championing high-tech, long-range weapons like the Tomahawk missile, cruise missiles, and the stealth bomber, all of which were used to very effective use by the first President Bush in winning the Gulf War. So Carter was always very concerned about long-range results rather than short term.
Yeah, and that, of course, was one of the big compliments for him, and also, to a certain extent, one of the big criticisms. We have to leave it there. William Doyle, the author of Inside the Oval Office and Titan of the Senate, a closer look at the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, passing away at the age of 100. We should point out, Emily, he was the longest had the longest life of post-presidency of any president in history, almost 40 years.
Yeah, and 100 years of life, which is just incredible, Romaine.
All right, coming up here tomorrow on Bloomberg Surveillance, a conversation with John Stolfitz, Brooke May, and Sebastian Page. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Names that move markets are on Bloomberg.
Our budget proposes an additional $3 trillion of deficit reduction over 10 years. And I think that's necessary to make sure that our fiscal path is sustainable. Now, Congress hasn't done anything, beyond what I've mentioned to improve the fiscal outlook, and I think that's a shame.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg.
we should talk about how we really can imagine how we use this technology. You know, I talk to doctors, I talk to, you know, biochemists, I talk to teachers, I talk to artists, I talk to, you know, farmers. There's so many ways we can imagine using this. There's so many ways we can use this to make people's life better, work better. I don't think we talk enough. We are talking about gloom and doom, and it's also just a few people talking about gloom and doom, and then, you know, the media is amplifying that. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't think we give enough voices to people who are actually out there in the most imaginary way, creative way of trying to bring good to the world using AI.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action. We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
Shorting a stock purely because you think it's expensive is a death wish.
These are companies that are growing their market.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. And welcome to the program.
This is what we're doing. We're doing a simulcast Bloomberg radio and television for the next 3 hours. Because it's kind of like a holiday time.
And everyone's stuck with the three of us?
Yes, for the next 3 hours. We do it from the radio studio, but it goes out over TV. It's like a technology thing.
I get it. I don't think everyone's stuck because how many people are watching financial news television?
Well, there's a sell-off underway, so I hope they're watching.
Well, hopefully they sold and they're chilling, right? Because Friday was a huge sell-off as well. We had, I think, NVIDIA was down 2%, Tesla was down 5%, and then Netflix, Facebook, Amazon, Google, all of these were down more than 1%.
You were watching from an airplane. People are certainly watching us at home. I find you very entertaining, Matt Miller, so I would watch you from home.
That is fantastic news. All right, so we got a lot to talk about today. Of course, the death of Jimmy Carter at 100 years old. It had to come, but we have been fully prepared, and we'll talk about that with you. And then there's a lot of news around trade, whether or not Trump's policies will spark a trade war. It's all speculation, but since there's nothing else to talk about, we'll speculate away. Sure.
Absolutely.
How about let's analyze? We will not speculate. We will analyze.
Right. We'll continue to analyze, which we've been doing for the past 2 months, but we'll keep doing it today. And guess what? We're going to keep doing it tomorrow as well. And then we've got to look at the economy. Claudia Sahm is going to join us. This is what I'm most excited about over the next few hours, other than Alex Semenova running us through the movers. Claudia Sahm will join us and talk about the economy that was much better than expected, I think, in 2024, as well as the rise in the indexes and the economy that we have to expect coming up.
The bond market going out of control, of course, while you
out
were
of
gone.
control. It was 4.6% last time I looked.
I do this thing, Paul, in the morning where when the bonds move aggressively, I lean over to Matt, I take him by the shoulders, and I shake him. And I would have shaken him maybe 3 or 4 different times last week. You did see the 10-year past 460. I know you like that 420 level was your favorite one, Matt.
Well, you know, the fish run is on right now at MSG, so a little high.
I'm looking to refinance the mortgage on the Jersey Shore compound. It's not happening anytime soon.
Not happening.
No.
Right. Well, that's one of the things we're going to talk about as well. Do you expect rates to continue to decrease? Let's get over to Alex Semenova right now. She joins us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. You got to look at some of the movers. What do you got?
Hey guys, great to be on with you. A pretty ugly morning in futures trading right now. All major averages down more than 1%. And one of the names in the red is Boeing. Those shares are sliding in early trading here, of course, after the tragic plane crash in South Korea that killed 179 people. This is one of the deadliest plane crashes in decades. Just 2 crew members surviving. This happened on a 737-800 aircraft. Investigators are focusing on a possible bird strike here or a landing gear failure. Boeing, of course, has been under scrutiny for faulty aircrafts recently, but analysts here are saying that this event was actually unrelated to Boeing's production. That's obviously not stopping investors from punishing the stock this morning. It was down as much as 5% earlier into trading. Wolf analyst Miles Walton says that aside from the obvious name association here with the 737 aircraft, the tragic crash should have no read-through on Boeing's stock long term.
Crazy video. I mean, you just don't see a plane coming in to a runway, make it to a runway, even if it doesn't have the landing gear, and to see that outcome.
Yeah, typically you want to put the landing gear down first, and if not, aim for water. I mean, there's a lot of questions about this. I hear so many people, or so many news stories, I read so many news stories saying that it had to do with birds in the engine, but I don't get how that could affect the landing gear, so there's a lot more to come on this story, I'm sure.
Yeah, another name that I'm looking at is Axum Therapeutics. Shares fell as much as 13% this morning, down about 7% right now. The company said it's moving ahead with plans to submit its Alzheimer's disease treatment for FDA approval, even though the results were mixed from 2 clinical trial readouts. Axum said Monday that its drug AXS-05 met the primary endpoint of trial testing for agitation caused by Alzheimer's, but it failed to show any statistical significance in another trial. So shares are down this morning on that news.
We're also watching, I know, some of the more hotly traded names. When we're looking at the sell-off this morning, let's talk about what the Mag 7 is doing, because even outside of that, NVIDIA down 2%, Apple down another 1%, Tesla down almost 5% I'm looking at right now. What's going on?
Yeah, so tech, the high flyers of this year, the big winners are taking the brunt of losses this morning. Look at the NASDAQ 100. Futures are on that are down more than 1.4%. And some of these names, Apple, NVIDIA, Microsoft, that have been the big winners of this year, all down in pre-market trading. This is, they accounted for more than half of the S&P 500's rally this year. And unsurprising that they are leading declining, because it's a bit of a momentum unwind here. So obviously the stocks that have been doing so well, that have reached these lofty valuations, really getting the brunt of selling. And of course, these companies are facing more challenging year-over-year comparisons with their earnings. So investors probably looking ahead here to 2025. Any kind of disappointment on earnings could be a big miss for these companies.
Alex, thank you so much. We appreciate it. As always, Alexander Simonovich covers the equities for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our New York radio studio.
Is it not the Interactive Broker Studio right now?
It is the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
Yeah.
Absolutely. We're all there. We got the pillows and everything. Burns McKinney joins us here. He's a senior portfolio manager at NFJ Investment Group. Burns, thanks so much for joining us here. Let's just start with 2025. I mean, 20% plus returns in 2023. Same for 2024. Are we going to do this? Are we going to do a three-peat in 2025? How are you talking to your clients about the upcoming year?
It's really hard to predict a third straight year of these sorts of gains. The way I sort of think about it, we've been watching a lot of football over the holidays, and I think 2024 was sort of like a quarterback, throwing the ball 40 yards deep. 23 was the same thing. 25 is probably going to be a little bit more like a good old-fashioned run the darn ball, 3 yards in a cloud of dust. And the reason for that is that so much of what we've seen over the last couple of years has had to do with multiple expansion. The multiple on the S&P 500 has gone up by 16% over the past year, nearly 30% the prior year, and with the market now trading at over 22 times earnings, it's really hard to see that degree of multiple expansion going forward. So we're going to have to rely on earnings, which right now forecasts are for 14% growth this year, and that's even double the long-term average. And so I think it's for investors, you certainly have policy tailwinds. You don't want to fight the Fed. You don't want to fight an incoming administration that's going to be cutting taxes and deregulating. But you also have to look at valuations, and it certainly has gotten pretty rich to expect the same return this year.
Okay, I'm going to try to do the football reference. Let's see if I can execute.
I was going to point that out. But I know you've been watching the NFL this year, so.
Right. So is the 2-year, the 10-year, and the 30-year your linebackers? Are they the defensive on the equity market, where if they're rising, then all of a sudden you do have an equity market that doesn't meet those expectations, that are still looking at 10% rises for much of the strategy world out there?
Yeah, really, that you do have that sort of, those headwinds to face. And really, another way of thinking of what we should see in 2025 is kind of just to go back to where were we a year ago. For 2024, we were climbing a wall of worry. You had, inverted yield curves. We're going to have a recession. Didn't materialize. We had inflation was close to 9%. Well, that's now close to 3%. We had geopolitical conflicts that may escalate. Fingers crossed. So far, so good. And we were going into an election that we weren't even sure if we were going to know the outcome by Christmas, which we got a clear-cut outcome. Now, on the flip side, we're going into 2025 with all of those, at least in the near term, resolved. You have a Fed that's reducing interest rates, and again, you have a incoming administration that's really focused on tax cuts and deregulation. So if we had a wall of worry a year ago, now there might be a wall of complacency.
I only watch one football game every year.
What's that one?
Yeah.
Ohio State, Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was really disappointing this year.
Yes.
I saw the Packers lose by 2 last night. It was a pain. I'm really watching.
I'm going to get to you later on the football thing.
I want to get to the stocks you like, Burns, because I know the multiple expansion, it's a tough ask at 24, 25 times earnings, and beating 14, 15% earnings growth is also a tough ask. So I guess you got to look to rotation or the broadening out trade, the other 493 stocks in the S&P, or maybe small caps. What are the names or the sectors that you like?
I think that, again, we definitely believe there's a strong case to be made for a broadening of returns for investors to go into those names that have lagged for the last couple of years. And some of the places that we're looking, industrials are a place that we feel that when interest rates are starting to come down, that's certainly good for the machinery names. That's a sector that has tailwinds with respect to infrastructure spending. That infrastructure bill from 3 years ago, a lot of that money is still just making its way out the door. You have reindustrialization, so that's a place to look. Another unloved sector would be healthcare. That's a place where there's a lot of headline risk with respect to some of the incoming appointments. But a lot of that is also maybe overlooking the fact that there could be deregulation there. You have a sector that kind of straddles the best of all worlds. You have healthcare. Healthcare earnings growth has been 12% per year for the last 40 years. That's even better than tech. But you also have positive demographics and ways you can play defense. So those are some of the sectors that may be a little bit unloved that we're focusing on these days.
All right, Burns, before I ask this next question, I have to preface it with the fact that I am watching the TV show Landman, so I am now an expert.
What is that on?
Oil and gas. I don't know.
It's on Paramount?
I don't know.
Or something?
You can't ask me that anymore. Yeah. So I know all about this oil and gas stuff. Talking about Schlumberger, why do you guys like that?
Well, I enjoy the show Landman as well. I actually grew up in West Texas, and so a lot of that.
Really? Is it like that? I mean, you guys, there's nothing out there except oil.
Aren't you a wildcatter?
It looks more like that than you'd think. But specifically to Schlumberger, that's again we have the new president has really focused on deregulatory movements in the oil industry. They're really focusing on drill baby drill, and if that's the case, then in Schlumberger, you got a name that they're the largest oil services name. They've right now it's trading at around 11 times earnings. That's below the S&P Energy Index. Typically, it trades at a 50% premium to that index, and so its relative valuation to the energy sector is in the lowest 10% of observations. They've got a nice free cash flow yield, and they're the largest oil services names. They have economies of scale. They also have good geographic diversity for a company that the dominant player in drilling, well completions. They do a lot of seismic. They actually are really digitizing that portfolio, which is something that might give them a big boost going forward.
Do you have a good season this year?
The Mavericks?
He's a Mavs fan.
Oh, he's Kyrie Irving.
Burns, we actually have to leave it there. That is Burns.
What, you don't want to? Wait, you want to let him comment? We have a minute 30 seconds left.
Season this year, please. We're all about the sports today, Burns.
I guess he's. You still there, buddy?
All right, we gotta leave it there. Burns McKinney, Senior Portfolio Manager at NFJ Investment Group. You mentioned just one game you watch, Matt. What was that?
I just watched the Ohio State-Michigan game every year, and it was bad for me this year.
College only. Interesting.
But good for David Weston.
The Ohio State University and Michigan. Oh, that's right. We've got Mr. Weston coming in. Oh, my goodness. I mean, that could cost you. I mean,
dude, 4 years in a row. Michigan has beat us 4 years in a row.
You have like the best team in college football every year, and yet your coach may lose his job. Because
he has to.
No,
at this
he
point.
doesn't.
If you
I just
can't
hope you're
beat
not
Michigan,
putting your money where your loyalty is.
Yeah.
Because the sports betting is the other thing I got.
Oh, yeah. Finale's all about betting. No, I don't. I don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Matt, I'm usually reining in his impulses, but this is the one thing where he's reining in
Very good.
mine.
Well, good luck reining in Matt's impulses there. I tried for a while. It didn't work.
We have David Weston waiting in the wings. He is a Wolverine alum, and he's going to talk to us, though, about Jimmy Carter. Died at 100 years old. Only 4 years in the Oval Office, but after that is when the real magic happened. Jimmy Carter's obit next. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
A continent of vast opportunity and endless potential, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the players and unpacks the issues shaping the African story. We'll bring you interviews with key newsmakers and expert analysis, getting to the heart of business, politics, and economics in the region. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Africa Amplified.
All right, welcome back to a joint production of Bloomberg Open Interest and what do you call the show that you're usually
Bloomberg
broadcasting right now? Bloomberg Intelligence.
Well, we're finishing up Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene until 10 o'clock.
Until 10 o'clock. Yeah, and then it's Bloomberg Intelligence with you and Alex.
He's at a cafe. We're saying Paris, but it could be Rome. We're not sure, but we're assuming he's at a cafe.
Yeah.
He's into a second bottle of wine.
Yeah. Wine? I'd say that's unlikely.
Whiskey, vodka, Sambuca.
Yeah. We're looking at a market right now that is, I think it's safe to say, reeling. I mean, the S&P futures are down 1.2% after a 1% drop on Friday. December is usually a good month. I mean, I looked on the SEAG function. Over the past 25 years, December is a 1% gainer on average, and now we're looking at a 1% drop before the cash trade this morning. So, Shanali, what happened to Santa Claus?
It's been tough. Santa Claus had not met the stock market this time around. You were not here, but the S&P 500 fell almost 3%, of course, on Fed Day, which you were here for, but it fell again on Christmas Eve. It had looked really choppy, it rose before Christmas Eve, one of the best days ever for Christmas Eve, and then fell every day since. So give back in a big way.
All right. Former President Jimmy Carter has passed away at the age of 100. Carter endured a tumultuous 10 tenure during his one term, marked by a recession, an energy crisis, and the Iran hostage crisis. After politics, however, Carter committed much of his time to peacekeeping and humanitarian efforts. David Weston, anchor of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, is with us now to share his legacy. David, where do you want to start? I kind of feel like, you know, the post-presidency was almost as important or more so than his 4 years in the Oval Office. But so much in life.
It was terribly important because many people think it was the greatest, most distinguished, most impactful post-presidency of any president in U.S. history. Absolutely right. But as you say, it was one term, one four-year term, came at a very difficult time in the wake of Watergate and Vietnam. He had a lot of things to deal with, including runaway inflation. But he accomplished a really great deal, including internationally with Camp David peace accords, as we know. Also, by the way, normalized relations with China. He was the one who normalized relations. But as important, he really laid the groundwork for a lot of the economic success of Ronald Reagan. I mean, he put Paul Volcker in place to get inflation under control. He started deregulation of airlines and trucking and gas. He started the deregulation.
Bummer, by the way.
Deregulation
of airlines. I mean, now we only have 4. It's like a monopoly.
Yeah, but you can
prices go up and quality goes down.
It's better than anywhere else in the world, my friend.
You may not listen to the incoming president, but he tends to like deregulation. And I would say in a longer, whatever you think about the airline deregulation, in a longer scope of things, deregulation has been the impetus for the last 30 years. And he started it. Whether he was right or wrong, he started it. And he doesn't always get credit for that. Ronald Reagan got a lot of credit, including even for defense buildup. With Harold Brown, his defense secretary, they really started investing in high-tech weaponry, long-term things. They really set up a lot of what President Reagan got to benefit from in his dealings with the Soviet Union.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, I'm hearing about a lot of things that I didn't know about. At the time, I thought, of course, that Reagan was behind the deregulation push. I thought as a kid watching it that Reagan was responsible for getting the hostages freed and that Carter couldn't do it. That was a huge part of the election that we saw in 1980, Paul's first election. Congratulations, you picked a winner there. We're going to honor a moment of silence right now for President Carter on the New York Stock Exchange and on the NASDAQ. Let's go down there. All right, so the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ there, honoring Jimmy Carter with a moment of silence. I want to bring back in David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, to talk about the legacy of President Carter. And, you know, we talk a little about his 4 years in office, but I think where he really made his mark was after that. He won the Nobel Peace Prize. You mentioned the Camp David Accords. He worked towards peace for the rest of his life. What are the standout accomplishments, achievements?
It's interesting you mentioned the Nobel Peace Prize, which was actually for what he did after he left office, not for the Camp David Accords. One might have thought he might have gotten it for that. It actually was for what happened afterwards. Because as you know, he set up the Carter Center and really traveled the world, policing elections, making sure democracy was succeeding, also fighting for human rights, and of course for diseases like in sub-Saharan Africa. He was really in the vanguard of that. So he did a huge amount. And then, of course, there's Habitat for Humanity in the United States, where he would go out and build houses. A really extraordinary period post-presidency.
Something I've been thinking about a lot over the last 24 hours is some of the things that happened at that time. For example, you mentioned Paul Volcker leading the Fed, really bringing down inflation in a really aggressive way. Something Carter was very, of course, in support of, needed to happen, did happen, painful choice at the time. Do you think choosing policy over politics would happen in that kind of a manner today?
That's a great question. Certainly he did do that, and a lot of people really say that's why he got beaten so badly by Ronald Reagan, because he was very principled. Whatever you think about his policies, he was a very principled man, and he would follow policy no matter what. Even with Paul Volcker, when Paul Volcker said, you know, we're going to really run into a recession, he said, I'll handle the politics, you handle the economy. And he really backed him on that, knowing that he would pay a very steep price. He sort of said, have we seen that since then? I'm not sure. I mean, it's fairly hard to find true profiles in courage these days, I would say. And I'm saying that for both Democrats and Republicans, it's hard to find that.
Right. Even in today's Republican Party, if you were to go against the grain, your primary seat is being threatened already. Yep. So I don't know that that could happen. So.
Well, that's true, but I would say, this is getting into politics, but there's a version of that on the Democratic side, too, where you had Joe Biden go in and become president, and it seemed to trim his sails because of his concerns with the left wing of the party. So, you know, I think that to some extent he was hemmed in by that as well. So I'm afraid things have evolved. But Carter was sort of a transitional figure. I mean, let's be frank, Gerald Ford lost him by a narrow margin in large part because he pardoned President Nixon. And so he came in. He was from nowhere. He was an outsider. Yep. Maybe our first outsider as president, because his predecessors have all been insiders. Maybe in that way he led the path. Wall Street Journal wrote about this today. Yep. Maybe led the path to Donald Trump.
I think one of the legacies of President Carter is his post-presidential career, which was so rich and so diverse, and it almost kind of set the template for some of the other presidents. How do I spend my post-presidential years, you know, having my centers and trying to, you know, be active and constructive? And it, you know, certainly President Carter did that as well as anybody.
No, I think he did change the nature of post-presidency. I think that's exactly right, Paul. And certainly we saw with Bill Clinton that happened, George Herbert Walker Bush that happened, even George W. Bush, who doesn't get as much attention for it. He's done a lot of good with his presidential library and his center as well, and has really devoted himself to doing good things and using their status to really accomplish things around the world. And I think Carter did change the entire nature of what happens after you're president.
All right, David Weston, host of Wall Street Week, thanks very much for joining us on the legacy of Jimmy Carter. What can we expect from Wall Street Week coming up on this Friday?
Okay, so we're going to take a look forward into what we're seeing in 2025 and what the biggest issues are that we're going to have. And so we're going to try to set that out, to set the table, as it were. And then I'm going to get on the road and go out to visit oil fields in the middle of winter.
Oh, cool.
I'm coming with you.
Out in Wyoming, to report on methane.
Okay. I would like to go to Wyoming right now, too. I feel like it's a great time to go to Wyoming.
I think you could go to Jackson Hole.
Jackson Hole?
Yeah, well, I just stop in Jackson Hole, then I drive for a couple hours outside of Jackson Hole.
David, thank you so very much for joining us, of course, on the legacy of Jimmy Carter. We're looking forward to your Wall Street Week. Of course, everyone is taking out their playbook for 2025. It's going to set up to be a difficult one. A lot of questions around which industries will succeed. It's interesting to talk about the oil fields. We just talked to Burns McKinney, of course, where Schlumberger was one of his top picks. Oil did not do very well. Therefore, the oil companies did not do well.
This is a deregulation play, though. Speaking of deregulation, right? This is what the market is hoping for.
See M&A, though, to make either higher oil prices or tons of M&A to set that industry on fire once again. Because, again, this year was not a good year, by and large, for energy. They were one of the biggest laggards, actually, in the S&P 500.
I think a lot of people would argue, get rid of that red tape and let people drill, baby, drill, and it will come.
But they did. That's the thing. They totally.
I think there's still a lot more to do there. We'll continue to talk about that. This is Bloomberg.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot?
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
You're spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture, it's about the systems, the values, the mission. You know, it's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, you know, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's, you know, and it's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, you know, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
In New York, I'm Menace Credit.
And I'm Danny Berger. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday, only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Bloomberg Surveillance covers the latest in global markets and the political events that influence your world. Join Jonathan Farrell, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, special edition of Bloomberg Open Interest. It's a simulcast. Paul Sweeney is here. Sonali and I are in the interactive broker studio, so it's a whole change of venue.
Love it.
That I'm excited about. Opening bell going to ring in about 10 seconds now on the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ, and futures are looking bad. It's looking scary out there. More than 1% the drop after a 1% drop on Friday. All the big tech stocks fell, and tech is leading the losses. Right now, you can see futures down 1.2% on the S&P 500. There are the opening bells, and happy, joy, but it's not going to look good for people that are long stocks this morning. In terms of the live indexes, takes a few seconds for them to get started trading, but you're going to see big red arrows there on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which I can quote because Katie Greifeld isn't here today.
But she doesn't like it either, because I know
she doesn't
John
like
Farrow
the Dow.
does not
No,
like
she
it.
thinks it's
Okay.
only for old people, you know. And
She didn't quite say that.
it's irrelevant in her terms. So, but down 466 points at 42,535. The S&P 500 down 70 points, more than 1% at 5,900 even. So I thought we were going to 6,300. So a big drop there into the end of the year. December now down more than 2% in terms of the intraday. And you can see the NASDAQ as well off right now, because it is the big tech stocks that are falling. If you look at the NASDAQ 100, you can see a big drop there. Let me pull it up here on my Bloomberg terminal. It doesn't come up automatically on the WEI function.
I've got it on my Launchpad.
Oh, on your Launchpad. Yeah, I should open that up here in the studio. Down 1.5% right now in the NASDAQ 100 at
How about the VIX? I'm going to call that out for Tom Keene. Up 2.5 points, 18.4 on the VIX. So a little bit of risk feeling in the marketplace, I guess.
But little bit, right? I mean, we're not even to 20 yet.
No, 20 gets your attention.
Yeah, it's interesting. 20 does get your attention, but the fact that we're elevated in a holiday week is still kind of strange.
Yep. What about the bond market, Sonali? WB Go. Take a look at the 10-year yield right below 460. 60 at 455.5. That's got to be, as you pointed out, really playing defense to the stocks rally.
Totally playing defense. 7 basis point move lower today, though, on the 10-year. Just incredible. When you were off last week, we hit 462. I could barely breathe.
I had an alert set.
Oh, you did? Just for me? So you had something to talk about? But, you know, it's interesting. We are still at elevated, but 455 feels like a real breather after what was experienced just a week ago.
Yep, absolutely.
To me, it still feels tough. Dude, you want to refinance your mortgage?
That's not happening.
Looking at 455,
no,
it's got to hurt.
Yeah, it's got to hurt. It's not happening. So I'm just going to sit there with my 6% mortgage and not even worry about it.
Well, at least it's not 7%. That's what it's barreling toward.
I know.
We are now going to bring in Alex Semenova. She's got some individual movers under the surface. What are you looking at?
Hey, guys, so apparently we're not the only ones working on this penultimate trading day of the year. There are still some Wall Street analysts firing off upgrades, downgrades to stocks today. American Airlines is one of them. It was upgraded to an outperform by Raymond James. They cite an improved revenue outlook following the company's early December update. They say that the company has an attractive competitive capacity setup. They also point out evidence of engagement with corporate investors. Not a big move on the stock this morning, down slightly, but a really solid run year to date, up about 26% in 2024, outperforming the S&P 500.
All right. Speaking of airlines, Boeing, I would imagine Boeing takes a hit today after the weekend news of yet another 737 involved in a crash. It's Paul's favorite plane.
It is.
I won't get on one.
737 all day long.
It wasn't a MAX jet, but it still had landing gear issues that caused the worst domestic air crash in South Korean history.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. Really tragic here. 179 people died on this airplane crash, and it happened on its 737-800 aircraft. Analysts are saying that this has nothing to do with production of the Boeing jet. The investigators are checking on a possible bird strike here or a landing gear failure, but that is not stopping investors from punishing the stock right now. It's down about 6%. Wolf analyst Miles Walton, he's defending the name. He said that aside from the obvious name association here with the 737 jet, it actually doesn't have to do with the production. There shouldn't be any substantial read-through on the stock despite the move today.
All right. Nordstrom, another one getting cut to a sell rating at Argus Research.
This is basically a response to the deal news from last week. You guys remember the big announcement ahead of the holidays that the Nordstrom family said that it would be taking the company private in an all-cash deal with Mexican retailer El Puerto de Liverpool. More often, we see cuts to hold after acquisitions like this. So that's pretty much the rationale here. Argus writes that they don't see another bidder emerging to pay a premium on this on the family's offer. That means that Nordstrom owners will take profits from the recent run-up. It's up about 30% this year, and sell their shares. And even though it has had a solid run in 2024, it's down about 40% over the past 5 years, obviously, with retailers struggling.
Alex Semenova, thank you so much. We appreciate it. You know what? Alex comes in every day during this whole Christmas thing.
Just to hang out with
Everybody
you guys.
else mailing it in, all the stars taking their star turns, going to St. Bart's and Aspen. Alex comes in every day.
Wouldn't
She's
be
young.
Else.
The kids have to come in.
No,
you know,
she's a
those
pro.
of us who are experienced, those of us, you know, some time under our belts, we get to take off.
You know, old does not equal lazy.
Oh, that was harsh.
Exactly. All right, Alex, thanks so much for joining us here. All right, let's look ahead to 2025 because we had 2 phenomenal years in the equity markets. We actually had a little bit of positive return in the bond market in 2024 with a couple of days left. What do you do going forward? Ethan Devitt joins us. She's Moneta, Chief Investment Officer. Ethan, thanks so much for joining us here. What are you telling your clients here? I mean, I'm sure you'd like to take a victory lap, but your clients are probably telling you, all right, what do we do in 2025? What are you telling them?
We're not discussing investments nearly as much this year, given the strong performance. So that's always a nice position to be in. But clearly, you mentioned earlier the mortgage rates, and many of our clients will have real estate. They'll be thinking about refinancing. There's going to be that issue. So we're speaking about the outlook for rates. We're speaking about whether they should be sitting in cash or not. And of course, we still do think that cash is a decent place to stash funds pending investment today. It's no longer a drag. But at the same time, we know the direction that interest rates are heading. We're not as keen on bonds, given that there will always be this FOMO, particularly among smaller investors when they look at what they might make on the equity market. So we will have a steady allocation to bonds as a source of deflation hedge, as really an anchor in the portfolio and a source of income. But that's not where the growth comes from.
Ethan, I have to ask. I mean, we've seen the equity market run up 26% each of the last 2 years. And when I fear the drop from that high, I want to hide in treasuries. I mean, I'm getting almost 5% on riskless 20-year treasuries. Why not take that return? Am I going to see a bigger gain in the equity market this year?
I think you will, and you will be sorry that you hit out in treasuries, particularly when you look at the after-inflation return. So I think that that's the issue, is that we certainly have a staple allocation to bonds, but you can never expect to generate much growth there. And it's really, it's been interesting because the demand is there, though, right now. The demand is there.
But what drives us higher? I mean, we're already trading at pretty rich valuations. We're already discounting 15% earnings growth next year. Everybody's already priced in an easing Fed, Trump deregulation, tax cuts. I mean, what is there to drive us higher? And who's not already in stocks? Like, where's the extra buyer come from?
Ask what tips us over. It's really a different question, because equities generally will rise about steady state, high single digits every year. That's the normal. Of course, that's average, and there are down years. But we have to ask, what is it that would tip us over? What's the downside? And really, if we rack our brains, geopolitical risk does not seem to be it. And we've discounted in much of the turmoil that could come from a Trump presidency around tariffs, etc. We know America first means that there will be a reinvestment within America. We know that will probably mean a strong dollar. And equally, that there is no interest in the incoming administration in leading to a market turmoil. So I think we have to think about all these factors, as well as the deregulatory tailwind, that what would tip us into a market downturn at this point. That's not to say there won't be a black swan event, but we simply would not bet against equities.
What about just the concentration of the markets? That seems to be something that's concerning more and more investors who want to diversify but find it hard to do so when you still have the Mag 7 comprising so much of the returns.
Well, we have always advocated a core allocation that's well spread across sectors and has growth as well as value in there, SMID as well as large cap. So never being too focused and too tactical about the Mag 7. That has sometimes been something we might regret in conversation with clients, because they would point to maybe a tech index as being a very strong performer, and we have to then compare performance to that. But overall, a core allocation to equities means you're going to be in some of those sectors that really have not yet rallied and are defensive and are going to show some, we think, actually delivering according to fundamentals in the year ahead.
Ethan, are you buying into this whole crypto thing? I mean, Matt Miller's all in. I'm like kind of like Jamie Dimon. I'm just not sure. How do you guys think?
Sonali anchors the Bloomberg Crypto Show.
She does
on Tuesdays.
Oh, well,
I'm completely neutral.
Completely neutral. How do you think about it, Ethan?
Yeah, we think about it. First of all, we have to understand how it performs as an asset class. We can't add something to a client portfolio without having some basic parameters as to whether it's a growth asset, defensive asset, inflation hedge, deflation hedge, just a kind of a gamble, just an opportunistic speculative investment. And it's been the latter, certainly up to now, and we haven't got a clear indication as to its characteristics. It now looks like a clearly risk-on trade, so we're watching it. I'd say where we do feel more security is around the picks and shovels around crypto and all digital assets. So exchanges or anything that supports the asset, as opposed to the asset itself. The asset itself, we think, we just simply don't have the characteristics that we can model at this stage.
Energy production, obviously a big one for crypto, and maybe even bigger for AI. Do you look at that? I mean, speaking of picks and shovels, I think Moody's estimated that $2 trillion will be spent over the next 5 years on AI infrastructure. Wow. Where do you put your money to play that bet?
The great thing about infrastructure is that it hits so many different aspects of our portfolio. We can play it on the public side, on the private side, through our real asset exposure. Many infrastructure funds will have exposure there, as well as many equities, which have more equity-like characteristics. So there's a lot of getting exposure to this picks and shovels. We can look at it from an income standpoint. It provides very nice income, as well as that capital appreciation as demand for these increasingly scarce assets starts to rise. So I'd say that is definitely a linchpin across both our public and private assets right now.
When you look at the energy trade, it's interesting because Vistra is actually outperforming NVIDIA this year. It's the biggest gainer in the S&P 500, up 258%. So it seems that there are even some players in the picks and shovels space that have been very bid up this year. At what point do you start to worry about valuations, given the run-up we've seen?
Well, it goes back to fundamentals, and this goes back to the earlier question as to why you would not maybe want to bet on equities at the moment. The key difference in this rally is that it has been backed by fundamentals, actual revenues, and clear demand patterns, and clear, perhaps, first-mover advantage when it comes to some of those infrastructure providers, and, of course, with NVIDIA as a chip provider. So I'd say, from that point of view, when it actually is overbid, we would certainly not want to see over-concentration in that, and we will counsel our clients to expect more volatility in those stocks that have run up the most. We can see a lot of intraday volatility, certainly intra-month volatility in those stocks. But we really try to bring it back to fundamentals, look at the market landscape, and look at where the competitive forces are and how essentially how large the moat is that a provider like that would have.
Hey, Ethan, you've run 38 marathons. My question is, why? Why would you run 26.2 miles 38 times?
You're on a date. It's over 50 now.
Oh,
I think I have to update the Bloomberg notes. But it's been, for me, it's a psychological journey. It's about the ups and downs, knowing you can get to the end of that. In my case, just about 4 hours. So I'm certainly not winning any awards at this stage. Although the older I get, the closer that time gets to something that might at least get you into Boston. But it's definitely that grit and personal challenge that I really love.
And where's the next marathon? What's the next one?
That is not actually something that I have got on the cards at the moment. I've done a few U.S. ones. I did Richmond, Virginia quite recently. They have great swag there. Like to definitely call out Richmond, Virginia. Nothing yet on the diary. If you have any ideas, if viewers have any ideas for 2025, I'll get there. 2 a year.
2 a year.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know where they have marathons. There's one in New York. There's one in Berlin. There's one in Boston.
Yep. I mean, it's
just about all I know.
You know, this might be a nice substitute for your GLP-1 drugs.
Oh, running marathons? I can't wait to get a hold of some GLP-1 drugs. If anybody has an in for GLP-1 drugs,
well, just go to Hims, right?
Can they do that?
Yeah,
they do legit GLP-1s?
No, they do whatever the knockoffs are.
All right, well, I'll check it out. Ethan, thanks so much for joining us. Ethan Devitt there is Chief Investment Officer at Moneta. We're going to come back and, you know, there's never enough speculation about Donald Trump's policies when he comes into office in just about 21 days. We'll do that when we come back. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth. Today, they control 1/3 of global wealth, but in the next 5 years, $30 trillion is going to pass in the hands of women, and they're going to control over 50% of the global wealth market out there today. Women care deeply about investing with purpose, investing to make an impact, doing good with their investment. So you're going to see some significant opportunities for us as we lean in and have been leaning in to capturing more of the female wallet globally.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly. The opportunity is really huge.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, we're going to get to the Wall Street beat right now. Are we not going to do that right now?
And we've got somebody who does that stuff for a living.
Yeah, Shonali Basak here. You have had, by the way, some knockout interviews this
Thanks,
year.
man. It's been a long year. Kind of, what do you call it? Intimidated by 2025 already. But
I think 2025, the outlook from the CEOs that you talk to on Wall Street, they're by and large very optimistic.
Super optimistic.
Paul Taubman was on recently, and they were hiring bankers this year in anticipation of deal flow next year.
Well, even on top of that, he was talking about in particular, Paul Taubman, usually pretty cautious, was talking about how next year might be the best year on record for M&A. Speaking of M&A, Wall Street is watching closely, of course, the regulatory approach under the president-elect's future administration in hopes of deal making. I spoke with Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser 1 week after Trump's re-election. Here's what her clients are focused on.
From our clients around the world, and I think they'd say 4 T's. The first one is the tempering of regulation, second would be taxes, third would be tariffs, and the final one would be tightening immigration. And as we look across the board, I would put that in the perspective of a largely pro-growth agenda.
Of course, that was Citigroup CEO Jane Fraser in the middle of a massive turnaround story for her bank. I'm going to now bring in Bloomberg's Sridhar Natarajan, who is a senior reporter for our finance team over here at Bloomberg News. We used to sit back to back, so I missed that day-to-day conversation with you. I had to drag you on set 2 days before New Year's. What do you think about the prospects for next year? You already saw, for example, Barclays ready to set up much bigger bonuses for their bankers. Is it looking that rosy across the street, realistically?
And I know we just talked about the Taubman interview, but if you had to see the best indicator for what people are expecting next year for the banks, just look at what their stocks have done this year. And that will tell you all you need to know about expectations and the outlook going into next year. Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, they're all up 40, 45, 50%. Jefferies, pure play investment bank, up something like 95%. That stock is almost double.
I was going to say none better than Goldman, but Jefferies is better than Goldman right now.
Sure, not in the same league perhaps, but as a pure play investment bank.
And the percentage rise in their stock.
The percentage rise in their stock, the fact that the stock's nearly doubled this year, all in the back of expectation that there will be a gusher of activity opened up next year. That is where banking expectations are right now. But there are crosswinds, and you're never certain how it will pan out. In fact, if you were to look what happened the day after the November election, all the bank stocks rallied up, and in the days after that went up even higher. But since then, they have given up half their gains. So what the concern there isn't entirely clear. Are they not as certain of that outlook as they were on, say, November 5th or 6th? We're not sure about that. But net, I think if you talk to the C-suite at all of these banks, the hope and optimism that they exude is very clear and visible.
So what kind of deregulation do investors want to see specifically? Because we throw this term around a lot. And, for example, we were just talking about deregulation from the Carter era on airlines. And as I think about it, we did see deregulation, but we also have seen, for example, JetBlue was not allowed to buy Spirit, right? So you still have intervention from the government that changes the way these businesses work. In banking, what does Jamie Dimon want to see in terms of deregulation?
I guess deregulation is the word we'd use if we had to sort of align where the Overton window is right now. But realistically, what the banks really want is not more regulation. And that is what they were looking at had it been a Democratic administration. If you look at the action of the Fed, especially the capital rules, the fact that they were facing big increases in their capital requirements was a big headache for banks for much of this year. Even before the election, the Fed did yield. The banks made an aggressive push. They rolled back some of the proposals. They've not taken effect yet. But with the change in administration and the change in tune, banks sense an opportunity to go for the kill and make a bigger ask to make sure that there isn't any increase in capital, or wherever they land up is much, much better than what it looked like at the start of 2024.
And guys, it's not even just the capital rules, it's the areas that were being cracked down on that might not be in the future. For example, Vivek Ramaswamy, who is co-leading that Doge effort, is looking at the CFPB. The CFPB was really a relic of the 2008 reforms. What does it mean for some of that to be rolled back on?
And that actually is one of the most fascinating aspects right now. If you've been addicted to Twitter or X through the holiday season, shame on you. But if you have been, you would have noticed a lot of discussion on CFPB. Yes, the chief Doge officer is there, Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, even Project 2025. These are names that have come out and said the CFPB needs to be eliminated altogether. Elon Musk and Project 2025's recommendations were very clear. Vivek's tweets over the last week or so make it clear that he's not happy with what's happening. And the incoming chair of the Senate Banking Committee, Tim Scott of South Carolina, has also been quite frustrated with what the CFPB has been doing in terms of their rulemaking, where his point is, you're in a lame duck period. The Fed, the OCC, the FDIC are not doing anything. Yet with the CFPB, we've seen the action on overdraft fees. We've seen the lawsuit against Walmart and one of their fintechs, and some of the other motions that they've put in place, including the crackdown going after the banks because of the Zelle fraud. Clearly, they've been very active. The banking industry is not very happy about it. Some old school GOP members are not very happy about it. But I also find a very interesting strand here is there really are two different kinds of GOP right now. There is one where the faction of populism has been gaining ground and hold, and you can argue that it's coming straight down from the president. For that group, an agency like the CFPB going after overdraft fees, going after things like Zelle fraud, that you would think would normally be encouraged. But your typical pro-banking, anti-regulation GOP faction would obviously see something like the CFPB as anathema. So it'll be interesting to see as we get into 2025 and beyond, which faction in that administration wins.
All right, I had dinner with a high school buddy of mine who is one of the top M&A lawyers in the city. He gets paid a king ransom every year. Hates his job. All he did was complain about his job. I'm like, then leave, dude. I mean, he said the biggest change is going to be Lena Khan at the Federal Trade Commission. Getting anybody in there in the FTC other than Lena Khan is going to be a boom to M&A bankers and M&A lawyers.
Yeah, but this goes back to my previous point again. Yes, Lena Khan has been a bane for the banking industry, and you would think with the Democrats voted out. There was even a conversation that even if Kamala Harris were to win, Lena Khan might not stay in that position because of the pressure being put on that seat and the fear in the tech industry and beyond of how much it was crimping deal making. But at the same time, listen to some of the comments made by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance during the campaigning cycle. He did not sound like someone who is the absolute anti-Lena Khan type. So again, it remains to be seen which faction of the GOP has the louder voice. Okay. But if you didn't have a Lena Khan-like figure...
There's only one voice in the GOP, dude. It's over. It's over. And having been, you know, voting for Reagan in 1980, I can tell you, there's only one voice left.
But even that one voice has not been the most predictable voice, so let's admit that.
I'm never bored of regulation, but I'm bored relative to the other topic that I want to talk about. Money, right, yeah, bonus season. Listen, deals did not yet come back, so is there an expectation that bankers are going to get paid anyways?
Deals did not come back to the extent you would have wanted to see, but they have been up relative to last year. They're still well below their long-term averages, and the expectation is that you will get there. So some of the bonus payouts this year will not only be a recognition for the work done this year, but what you need to pay to keep top talent in their seat. And this is visible not just in bonus payouts. Look at the managing director promotions. Look at the Goldman partner class. Some of these top promotions, they have been bigger sizes than in the past. They are battlefield promotions, recognizing the work that's already been done, but also telling them that there's a lot more opportunity to make a killing in the year ahead.
Well, when I was managing, when I gave up, if I didn't have any money, I gave out titles.
That seems to be the optional, right?
The kids still appreciate that.
I'd give out.
That's your battlefield
I'd give out a bigger
promotion.
office.
Are you allowed to say that?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. Sri, great having you on the program. Thanks very much. I hope you don't come to work tomorrow.
Sadly, I'll be here. I hope you'll be here.
You got to celebrate the new year. You're young and unencumbered.
You can celebrate with us. We're
you got to go out there and party. Sri Natarajan
What better celebration than with you guys?
covering the banks for us. I'm very excited about our next guest because we have a Denison University alumnus. And I went to Denison for one ill-fated year.
And then they figured it
I was asked to leave
What did you do?
after a couple semesters. It's a much longer story than we have time for right now.
He does go back to the state of Ohio.
Claudia Sahm is coming up next. She of the Sahm Rule and New Century Advisors, where she is the chief economist. It's been a good 2024 in terms of the economy. We'll ask her what she expects for 2025. This is Bloomberg.
Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are, and that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. We got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and an ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. It is also Bloomberg Intelligence because we have joined forces, TV and radio, simulcasting together on this down day in the markets. And it was bad already on Friday, off 1%. We're off another 1.7% today on the S&P 500, looking at big drops for big tech stocks. If you look at the bottom of the ledger on the S&P 500, you see Apple dragging 8 points off the index. Microsoft is down. Amazon is down. Broadcom is off. Tesla's down. Meta's down. Google's off. All of those mega cap stocks are losers today, and that is no good for the index.
Red headline, Matt and Shonali crossing the Bloomberg terminal. The New York Stock Exchange will close markets on January 9 in honor of President Carter.
Wow, so no trading on January 9th.
I'm sure people can correct me on this, but I don't remember that happening before.
I don't either. In fact, they're notoriously frugal with market closures, right?
Think about
But
the
they
New York
do
Stock
on
Exchange.
funerals for presidents.
Do they?
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Okay. So that's
what
good.
they close the exchange on presidential funerals. So,
yes, actually, we have someone who really does know this, is Alex Semenova, who has covered this before.
Yeah, so my first time actually covering this, but I've been told that, don't presidential.
Well, I know the NYSE doesn't like to have 3 days in a row of no trading, so that was a big thing, like for 9/11, for example. They just wanted to go 3 days without.
Right. We have to also remember
that was 4 days closed, 9/11.
Yep.
But the last presidential funeral would have been what? Reagan. I mean, that was the last that I can remember. And Alex, you were in elementary school at the time.
Yeah, well before I was here with you guys.
All right, we got. I have client confirmation. A client writing in saying they always close on president deaths.
So we should also say that January 9th was designated by President Biden as a national day of mourning as well. So the markets will be closed in conjunction with that.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Alex Semenova, what do you got in these markets here for us?
Yeah, we're taking a look at some of the companies that have been most volatile the past month. The first name that I have is MicroStrategy. Unsurprisingly, it's also down today. See down more than 6%. This is a company that, of course, has seen a lot of twists and turns recently. First, rising with the torrid run in Bitcoin to 108,000. Now it's down, of course, alongside the token, trading just above 91,000. So a big move to the downside. And it's, of course, this company is seen as the equity proxy for Bitcoin. It's a high-risk strategy given its underlying value is tied to the moves in the cryptocurrency. That's not really stopping Michael Saylor, though, clearly from purchasing more coins. The company says that between December 23rd and December 29th, it acquired approximately 2,138 Bitcoins for $209 million in cash. The average price it bought it at was $98,000 per token. And of course, the cryptocurrency has since fallen. It bought some tokens at an all-time high last week.
No, you're also taking a look at Supermicro, down another 5% or more today, similar to what you saw on Friday as well.
Yeah, really an incredible story for this company for 2024 altogether, not just the past month, but it looked unstoppable in the first half of the year amid soaring demand for its servers and data centers. It peaked in March, though, days after it was tapped for inclusion in the S&P 500 with a market value of about $66 billion. In August, of course, the company was targeted by a short seller. It's kind of been downhill ever since. A day later, it delayed its annual report, citing internal review of its controls, and that put, of course, the company's NASDAQ listing in jeopardy. And then in October, you guys remember the big news that its auditor resigned. That was the worst day for the company on record, and the shares are now down 74% since that March record. It hired a new auditor in time to get an extension from the NASDAQ, but it now has until February 25th to do that.
It's never a good look when the reputable company in charge of your books says we can no longer vouch for this accounting.
Yes. Yeah. And now they hired someone who's not in the big four accounting firms, which is also was seen by investors.
Find somebody
kind of
in the big four that would say, yeah, this is good.
When I started back in the day, it was big 8, then went to big 6, and here are the big 4.
I wonder how many airlines there were when you started.
People's Express.
TWA was still around.
Pan Am. My first trade on the Paine-Webber block trading desk in 1986 was selling 300,000 shares of Pan American Airways. It took me all day to do it, and like 3 weeks later, I get it done in 5 minutes.
This reminds me. I'm guessing that President Bush 1 was in office at the time.
I don't know.
So in any case, or he was about to be, because you started on
June 16th, 1986.
86.
Yes.
So, okay, a couple years later, I'm only bringing this up because it was been pointed out to me now twice that Reagan wasn't the last president that we lost. President Bush, George Herbert Walker Bush, died. And for him, the New York Stock Exchange also had a closure. It was a national day of mourning, December 5th, 2018. So I wasn't in the country at the time. I don't remember, but I do honor and respect the legacy of George Herbert Walker Bush. Let's get to one more stock here, Alex Semenova, because Tesla has been in the news, or at least Elon Musk has a lot lately. He's written a column in favor of the far-right party in Germany, which is so far to the right that their national intelligence agency has it under investigation, right? And anyway, Musk is in support of that party, and he's also had a lot more wins lately because of his, big backing of Donald Trump. He's essentially the co-president-elect. But Tesla stock has been under fire on Friday, down 5%. Today, down another 3%. What's going on?
Yeah, Matt, third straight day of losses for Tesla after a pretty incredible run for the company. So leading up to the third quarter, actually, it was on its way to just the third losing year in its decade and a half as a public company. And then, of course, after the election, it got a big bid in November. The stock was suddenly among the best performers in the S&P 500 for 2024. It rallied more than 70% from the U.S. presidential election through a Christmas, adding roughly $600 billion to its market cap. Did anything happen with the company to trigger this turnaround? No, it's really about Elon Musk's close relationship with the Trump administration. Investors see that benefiting the company right now, though. Again, trading lower for a third straight session, down 3% today, and falling, of course, with its Magnificent Seven peers. So part of this is the momentum unwind of these high flyers that have done so well for much of the year. And of course, its future has been looking pretty uncertain. Demand for its cars has kind of been deteriorating, and not great on the fundamentals. But if it does get a good bid from the Trump administration, that could help the name in 2025.
Thank you so much, Alex. We appreciate you so much. Of course, that is Alex Semenova, Bloomberg News, watching all things equities for us. Guys, also want to point out another hot headline crossing the terminal. That is Donald Trump, of course, the president-elect, on Truth Social, saying a lot of things, but importantly, given that the House Speaker vote is expected in early January, saying that Speaker Mike Johnson is doing a good, hard-working religious man. He will do the right thing, and we will continue to win. He has his complete and total endorsement. MAGA! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. I'm just reading from the Truth Social post, but importantly, that endorsement is going to matter as we look at those fractions in Congress. We're going to switch gears. We're going to bring it back to the broader market. Now we're going to bring in Kim Strand. She's Fiduciary Trust Managing Director. It's interesting because you're having a lot of people try to weigh in a few competing forces. That pro-growth agenda expected under the president-elect, and this higher interest rate environment that is starting to toy with the exuberance of the stock market. Which force is winning in your mind?
Hi, it's great to be here. So I think into year end, what we had been waiting for was some clarity on the administration, on where the economy is going. And we certainly obviously got that in November. We do think that the economy is really geared for more durable growth going forward. Like you said, there's a bit of needle threading with the Fed, and there's high expectations for, this cutting cycle to continue. I think overall, we're still pretty positive on U.S. equities within our global equity allocation. I think it's timing. You guys talked a bit about the Mag 7. There's a lot of optimism there. We think that broadens out over the next year. But in general, pretty very positive environment, just we don't think it's going to be quite as good as this year. Expectations are super high.
Kim, what sectors kind of screen well for you guys as you look ahead to next year? I mean, Matt and Shanali, they've been clipping these Mag 7 coupons, going to the bank. How about the rest of us? What do the rest of us do?
I think as we think about the new administration and what changes we're going to see in the U.S., you could start to see a lot of changes, regulation. We talked earlier about financials. I think energy and industrials, other areas that could be actually pretty positive, where you will start to see, and you have actually started to see a lot of infrastructure, a lot of investment in these sectors, and you should start to see that come through on the earnings side, which is, I wouldn't say opposite of the Mag 7, but obviously with the AI boom, there's been a ton of investment there. That's probably going to be a longer term ROI. So we would tend to be moving into some of these more cyclical sectors, some of these sectors tied to that reshoring theme over the next year.
Notwithstanding today's move, and it is quite sharp. If you look at Bitcoin, we were up above 100,000. We are now barreling down closer to 90,000. We are 91 and change, really, 91,300 on the day. Still, with that kind of volatility, what kind of role does that play in a portfolio? You have more and more retail investors trying to get in, especially because of those Bitcoin ETFs. But you've seen anyone who got in at the $100,000 heights could feel a little nervous today.
Yeah.
Anyone who bought at the top probably doesn't like this.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking this morning, who bought it over $100,000? Like, who said now's a good time to jump in?
That's a small house, isn't it?
Yeah, the momentum is strong, has been strong, and this is a reminder that there's the other side of that as well. Franklin Templeton, a fiduciary trust, we do take a long-term view. We have fundamental work being done on not just Bitcoin, but a lot of the bigger coins across the space. I think that, again, a longer term view, there's a lot of very positive trends happening over the next year. We've seen some of them play out. I think there's been a lot more institutional buy-in. You talked about retail buy-in with the ETF. So that was a huge win, I would say, for the sub-asset class over the last year. The Trump administration kind of coming back to that new SEC chair, I think that's all going to be pretty good tailwinds over the next year. I think as you do see some of these days, right, there's going to be bull and bear kind of commentary, but over the long term, there is actually pretty solid fundamental backing for Bitcoin in particular, and you're going to see that play out over this next year with some of these pretty structural changes in the market itself.
All right, Kim, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Kim Strand, Fiduciary Trust International Managing Director. They're part of Franklin Templeton. Franklin Templeton's got this awesome campus in San Mateo, California, just south of the airport on the 101. The best Starbucks I've ever been to was across the street from Franklin Templeton. I have no idea why, but
You grade Starbucks locations?
And my first Starbucks I went to was across the street from Janus Funds in Denver. This was way back in the day. I didn't know what it was. So that was the first one I went to. But the one outside Templeton, see, when you go marketing trips to visit all these investment firms around the world, you got a lot of downtime between meetings. And so you sit
and you're tired.
What is now Starbucks, and you kind of get I rate them.
Jenny Johnson, the firm's CEO, has spending a lot of time in Florida as well. I've been told that you can see her rollerblading down the street.
Really? That is awesome.
So people enjoy that.
They have Franklin Templeton, good offices in Fort Lauderdale, but their best offices, Bahamas. That's where they run their international money.
That's where you want to be.
Oh, I did Bahamas.
Forget Starbucks. You go for a dark and stormy when you're there.
Exactly. See, when you market, when you're Southside Islands, you can go to Cleveland or you can go to the Bahamas. So that's
which one I would
easy
choose.
where I went to. I'm going to go see the international people and our good friends at Franklin. All right, we're going to talk about these markets coming forward to get a little bit of a preview. That's coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
A continent of vast opportunity and endless potential, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the players and unpacks the issues shaping the African story. We'll bring you interviews with key newsmakers and expert analysis, getting to the heart of business, politics, and economics in the region. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Africa Amplified.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building an organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture. It's about the systems, the values, the mission. It's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, you know, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's, you know, and it's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, you know, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Open Interest. It is also Bloomberg Intelligence. Paul Sweeney with Shanali and me here in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Or rather, we are with him.
Yeah.
Simulcasting this free fall in the markets. Right now, the S&P 500 off 1.5%. The NASDAQ 100 off 1.6%. And even the Dow Jones Industrial Average is taking a big hit today. It is the Mag 7 stocks that are down the hardest on the S&P, but the Dow is down further. Almost 700 points the drop on the Dow at 42,300. Shanali, what's going on here?
You cannot blame the bond market today, is what I would say. What's fascinating is the 10-year yield is down 7 basis points to 4.54. I know you think that's a lot. It is, but at the same time, we were at 4.62 on Friday. So serious moves in the equity market. Light volumes. It is a holiday week, but it is the worst day for the S&P 500 since Fed Day, which of course we knew had led to a pretty brutal sell-off in market that day.
Thank you for calling out the volume here. Volume on the S&P and NASDAQ, it is 15 to 25% below the 30-day average, but for NASDAQ, it's 26% above. So the people are selling the tech stocks with some vengeance there. So we'll keep an eye on that. But again, a big sell-off here. So
yeah, it looks like investors selling these stocks and buying those bonds. Maybe you can blame the bond market. Maybe they looked at that 462 and said, I want a piece of that riskless return. After I lock in 26%, 27% gains for 2024 in stocks.
I will enjoy watching you make that argument to all of these bulls joining our program today. You know, NVIDIA is still up on the day, notably. It's up 0.7%. It's resistant to the sell-off at the moment. MicroStrategy is your worst decliner in the NASDAQ 100. As we know, Bitcoin is seeing a brutal sell-off today as well, almost getting close to $10,000 off now. More than that, actually, if you think about the highs that we reached.
Yeah, we were at 107,000 back just several weeks ago, right?
More than $15,000 off.
No more bulls on the program because we have an economist coming up, Claudia Sam, and then we're going to talk to Greg Valliere, who is going to talk politics with us. So the stock pumpers, we finished that part of the show.
Who are you going to argue with?
Let's get Dan Ives on here to talk a little tech, maybe.
Let's get to Brendan Murray right here, our trade czar at Bloomberg News. The world obviously scrambling to get ahead of President-elect Donald Trump's threatened tariffs. And we've seen big threats on the biggest trading partners. If you look at ECTR Go, I think you can see our trade relationships with China, with Mexico, with Canada. He's already talked about big tariffs there. But what about Europe? Klaus Knott at the ECB is saying a trade war could be sparked by these tariffs and that Europe could turn towards China to import more goods. They could import deflation that way. Brendan Murray, what's the setup look like right now? As far as anything we know, do we know anything concrete in terms of tariff plans?
Well, nothing concrete. In fact, the word that I keep hearing is uncertainty around tariffs. If tariffs are Trump's favorite word, then business's least favorite word is uncertainty, and that's what they're getting. What we heard today from the ECB official was fear about disinflation from China. We often hear about tariffs causing inflation from the U.S. if Trump were to put tariffs on Chinese imports. The flip side of that is deflation, and China has a couple of tools at its disposal if it wants to use in a trade war. It could subsidize its exporters and reduce the costs of their production and make the cost of their exports go down. It could also let its currency weaken. Now, economists are kind of mixed on whether the degree to which they think that those things will happen. But this ECB official we heard today is clearly putting his finger on something that the Europeans are worried about. They have a much slower growth outlook than the U.S., and so there's some talk that he has right to be concerned.
It's interesting, Paul. You're looking at an interesting function on the terminal, I know, that can show you pretty granularly how the U.S. trade partners are panning out.
ECTR I'm having fun with it right now. That's why you guys can have your conversation. I'm just clicking on seeing who all the trade partners we have and everybody else has.
But one thing interesting about this is if you kind of change the main bar to China, you can see also just how much China is ingrained into the global economy. And so it's not just China that would be concerned about that kind of slowdown, or the ECB, is it, Brendan? Aren't there many other countries that would share that same concern?
Oh, absolutely. China is not just the largest trading partner to countries like to Germany and others in Europe, but it's the #1 trading partner to a lot of countries, and a full-blown trade war would not just take place between the U.S., China, Europe, and China. It would hit lots of different countries.
You know what? During Trump 1.0, we heard China, so much about China, big tariffs on China. Trump didn't want TikTok because obviously the Chinese can spy on us with that. Now he's happy to have them spy on us through TikTok. In fact, he's going to push at the Supreme Court level to try and get the TikTok ban extended or lifted. And the first buddy, Elon Musk, does so much business in China that speculation I hear is that he could be much softer on them as a trading partner in this Trump 2.0 administration. What's your take on that?
Yeah, it's something we've reported on quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, and points to how transactional Trump is as an executive and as he was during his first presidency, and he will take things case by case based on what the people who we talk to, and something like TikTok or sort of other things that come along, he's going to take case by case, and he's going to hear out the arguments on both sides, presumably, and make his decision based on what he thinks is best for him politically and for the economy. So yeah, we'll see. It's not a black or white issue. It's there's some gray area in there, and things like TikTok are a good example of that.
Brendan, do we have any idea how much of this tariff stuff is just negotiating ploy versus real economic policy? Has anybody kind of weighed in who may have the president-elect's ear on this stuff? Scott Bessent?
Yeah, I don't. Is the poker player sitting across from you bluffing, or is he not bluffing? It's anybody's guess, really. I think that the answer really is that he will, take things, based on what he thinks are threats to national security. Even if he is just putting a negotiating tool out there, it's still having an effect. Companies are still stockpiling. So whether it's a bluff or a negotiating tool or not, it's still having an economic effect. We were looking at the state of volumes through the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. They're going through the roof right now. Yep. It's normally a quiet time of year. So this may be a tactic, but it's actually affecting the inventory building of companies as we speak.
But Brendan, what's the thinking on TikTok? Not to focus too much on that, but isn't it generally accepted that it is a threat to national security, and the Trump administration now is okay with that? Why has he turned around his thinking on TikTok? Is it just such a good platform for his base?
Look, I think this is getting to the heart of the different kind of presidency we're going to see coming up starting on January 20th with advisors like Elon Musk. You know, Elon Musk has every motivation to make sure that the U.S. and China still do business together. He's got a $2 billion mega factory there. He wants to sell cars to Chinese consumers. So I think this is what you're going to see is kind of a softening of some of these positions, like the one TikTok that you raised.
All right, Brendan, great to have you on the program. Thanks so much for joining us. We hope you have a happy new year as well. Brendan Murray there is Bloomberg's trade czar, and there will be a lot for him to do. One would assume there will be a lot for him to do in the first 100 days. Maybe not. Maybe we focus more on taxes and deregulation. Right now I'm looking at tickets, and that's not because I've had such a tough time getting seats for MSG for the fish run this year. It's been brutal, by the way. Because of their run of the Sphere, because of Drew Carey's review, it's been so hard to get tickets for fish this year. Anyway, Vivid Seats is a full-service ticketing marketplace. The ticker SEAT, S-E-A-T. It's up 9% and now has been halted. Looks like Vivid Seats is said to explore a sale, and that's why those shares have gone haywire. More on that when we come back. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth. Today, they control a third of global wealth, but in the next 5 years, $30 trillion is going to pass in the hands of women, and they're going to control over 50% of the global wealth market out there today. Women care deeply about investing with purpose, investing to make an impact, doing good with their investment. So you're going to see some significant opportunities for us as we lean in and have been leaning in to capturing more of the female wallet globally.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Keely Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Bloomberg covers the world with unmatched reach and resources. From more than 120 countries, the moment news breaks, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Welcome back to Open Interest, Bloomberg Intelligence, a matchup, merger of the two.
Matchup, right.
We are watching another merger talk underway as well. Of course, Vivid Seats, as Matt has been talking about, it is in talks, said to be in talks for a sale. This is a nearly $900 million company. Now on the rise after a trading halt. Now up, it looks like almost 18%. So whatever it is, traders like the deal. Let's see how much it actually goes for at the end of the day, guys.
Yep, interesting. Vivid Seats. I worked on the Ticketmaster Live Nation deal back in the day.
You sold your soul to the devil.
Yeah, many times. And the check cleared. I'll let you know.
How is your experience with Ticketmaster, Ben?
Oh, brutal.
What? This is one of those things that I don't understand. Why doesn't Congress do something about it?
They will. They actually are. And they actually have.
Decades,
They've actually just said, yeah. So now the price you see is the price you get with all fees in. But you're right. You buy a $180 ticket and you end up spending $300.
Well, they open up the sale and 2 minutes later, it's sold out. But of course, at the companies that they own that are ticket resellers, you start to see the scalpers open up, and it's just an absolute ripoff.
Yeah, so if the biggest concert owner owns the biggest ticket company. Can you believe?
Anybody have fish tickets out there? Last year I said, anyone have fish tickets out there? And my buddy David Auerbach is like, dude, I got you covered. This year,
fish tickets.
No joy.
No joy for the fish tickets. All right, somebody help out Matt. Let's bring in Claudia Sahm. She's the New Century Advisors chief economist, former Federal Reserve economist as well, and a good friend of Bloomberg. Claudia, let's think about 2025. I mean, I've got an economy that I think is, kind of puts it along pretty darn well. I got inflation that, while I'd like it to be a little bit lower, the Fed would like it to be a little bit lower. It's reasonable. The labor market, people who want a job generally have a job. They're getting some wage increases. What are you telling your clients about 2025 in this economy?
Well, don't be complacent. I mean, these, like as you said, if we could keep it as it is right now, largely, this would be another great year ahead of us. We've been surprised at how well the past 2 years have gone, particularly when you think about growth and how the consumers have held up. But that doesn't have to keep going. So what we really want people to focus on are the blind spots, right? What could go wrong? Who isn't getting enough attention? And I think one area, if I had to maybe point some Fed officials to a blind spot, I think, they showed a lot of complacency in their last summary of economic projections on how well the labor market would continue to hold up. What we saw them kind of write down, the typical official, was something that basically has the unemployment rate sticking about where it is right now for the next 3 years. That's a pretty remarkable and frankly would be very unusual path to the labor market. And yet there was all kinds of concerns about inflation and the uncertainty around inflation. But I think I'm still concerned that there are things in the labor market, while good, don't quite look like sustainable. And that's where the problems can come in, and so that's one area that I think is still worth watching.
So if I ask which is a bigger risk, a weakening labor market or a stubborn inflation, you're going with the former rather than the latter.
Inflation's fine right now. I mean, we are really not that far from 2%, and we've seen a lot of encouraging signs under the hood that we are getting to this last mile on inflation.
But right now,
the labor
that's
market
before tariffs. That's before we deport millions of workers. That's before Donald Trump comes into office. So things could change drastically after January 20th.
Absolutely. They could change drastically. And I think it's appropriate that we have had a very deep conversation about the policies that have been put on the table. There have been a lot of policies put on the table, and it's really important to have this conversation and talk about some of their potential pitfalls, and maybe we won't see all of them put into place, and that probably would be a good thing for the economy. And yet, kind of taking for granted the good stuff that we've got going in the economy that's a little more nuts and bolts, like the labor market functioning, and just saying, oh, well, that'll just keep going. That's all fine. It's in a good place. I think that's that could be a real mistake in terms of, because the labor market in particular is always and has been the past few years such a linchpin to this amazing period of a big disinflation, growth has stayed strong, and unemployment has stayed relatively low. And that's something we want to keep going. And I don't think that's to just be taken for granted.
I think I'm very unpopular for asking this question repeatedly. I know. You gotta look at all the risks, right? And if you have to think about potentially inflationary policies and sticky areas of inflation next year, and worries about growth as well, especially if you have kind of a fiscal appetite to pull back, how big of an issue is stagflation, or how big of a worry is it?
There are absolutely paths we could go down where we end up in a stagflationary environment. We're a good ways from that point, because again, we're starting from a well above trend growth, and inflation is relatively low. It's not to 2%, but it's relatively low. But there are absolutely paths we could go on that are could get us to stagflation. And the thing about stagflation is, we talk about, think about all the different risks and keep an eye out to the risks, and we do need to do that. But some risks come with bigger problems, right? Solving a stagflationary economic environment, like policy solutions for that, are a lot trickier, because say for the Fed example, they're fighting both inflation and trying to keep employment high, right? And their tools are going to be at odds with each other. So there's some like dark corners of the economic world that we want to stay away from, because if we get there, they're a big problem. So I think it's important to think about stagflation. I don't think that's one that's like highest probability, but if we get there, it's probably one of the highest probability of being a big mess.
How does the consumer look to you, Claudia? Because as you pointed out at the top, the consumer held up much better than we had anticipated in 2024. And yet, all the savings, I would guess, are spent off the pandemic era savings. This is a consumer that, at least the bottom, 4 quintiles, is not well prepared for retirement. The housing market is a tough one to get into if you aren't already, and I guess if you are, that's how you fund your retirement. But what does the consumer look like to you right now in the U.S.?
So as a whole, the consumer is still in a good place. We certainly, as time has gone on, we have seen more strains at lower income households. That's why I keep coming back to the labor market as so essential, because for most Americans, that's where the money comes from that they're going to be spending. So you need a vibrant labor market that has good, strong wage growth, as we have seen, and good job opportunities. So that is so important for the bulk of Americans, the bulk of consumers. We've also seen really positive trends with some probably middle class, upper middle class, wealthier consumers, bolstered by, the stock market has been very good. We've had some trends that have continued to bolster the consumer and their demand. And, I always say, don't bet against the American consumer, right? Like if they have the means to go out and spend, they're going to spend. And that's what we have seen the past few years.
Should I be concerned about this weakness in the manufacturing sector? I know it's only, and I just underline only, 30% of the U.S. economy, but what does that tell you? How do you think about that?
I think we've seen not just one more data point of weakness from the manufacturing sector. We've seen years of what could be seen as contractionary trends in manufacturing. And there, we have to have a discussion that's more about a structural, this is an economy that just hasn't been based on manufacturing to the same way it had been many decades ago. And this is a transition that's been happening very slowly over time. And it's probably one of the discussions that's hardest to have data release, right? Because it just kind of, the trends get glommed together. So, and then, and we're having a very robust, and I think a lot, this year, a big part of this policy discussion is going to be centered around, do you revive the manufacturing sector in the United States, and how do you do it best? We certainly saw under President Biden a lot of tax incentives and big, large programs that were trying to give money to companies to build up manufacturing in different specific sectors. And we may see an approach that's quite different in using tariffs to protect domestic industries, and manufacturing being one area. So I think it's going to be an ongoing discussion, but it really is more about the deep underlying structure of the U.S. economy and what we want that deep underlying structure of the U.S. economy to look like.
Claudia, you look at the long end of the curve and just how much 10-year, 30-year rates have decoupled. How much control does the Federal Reserve really have over that longer end when you see investors equally concerned about other issues like the fiscal term premium needed?
So the Fed never has and never will have full control over a 10-year horizon. So the much shorter horizons of treasuries, like the 2-year, you can really have a conversation about the Fed is very active in what those treasury yields look like. Out at the 10-year, there always are a host of concerns about or issues in the U.S. economy that are going to fit into what do those treasury yields look like. And I think we may... There's just a lot of action right now, right? There's a lot of information coming out of the Fed in terms of where they think they're going to end up in terms of, or potentially end up with the rates. And this whole discussion about the terminal rate or the neutral rate of interest is actually one where, while it comes out of Fed officials' mouths, it is tied very much back to these structural features of the economy. And those are things like productivity or concerns about debt sustainability, demographics, other big issues. And those then can get, those are also issues that the 10-year Treasury plays into. So while, as you said, the Fed doesn't control the 10-year Treasury, and maybe we're seeing that potentially some of those links weaken even more just because the room is getting crowded in terms of issues that people in the treasury markets need to absorb. But it's nothing unusual per se. It's what's maybe more unusual is there's big question marks out there about the structure of the economy. Like, are we a stronger economy? Are we going to withstand and really thrive with higher interest rates than we did before the pandemic? And they're very much open questions right now and very, very central to where those longer dated treasury markets will land.
I have a curveball question for you, Claudia, as an economist. Were you at the Beta Theta Pi house in March of 1990? No, I'm kidding. What do you think about the effect of GLP-1 drugs on the U.S. economy? We had a listener write in earlier asking why, the government doesn't just subsidize these things and save us billions of dollars a year in terms of health care. What do you think about the effect of this drug? Have you given it any thought?
I think the way an economist like myself would probably tie this back into the economic discussion would be to think about the ability it gives individuals to be more productive as workers, and that fits in the broad category of health and all the different kinds of pharmaceuticals and healthcare that we provide individuals, or they have access to, that can, potentially lengthen lives, make them more rich and fulfilling, make them more able to stay off, say, disability roles and be in the workforce. So I think, a healthier, more productive workforce is one that is going to, benefit the economy as a whole. Do I think, but that's me again, being macroeconomist, very big picture, thinking about the labor market as I often do, and not, there absolutely will be disruption under the hood in terms of winners and losers in the economy from, particular industries or particular institutions. And there will be, there's an answer to that question in the beginning. The massive budgetary impacts if, say, Medicare or large government programs pick up these kind of drugs, right? So there's all kinds of issues here. But I think in terms of, quality of life, a healthier population, there is a lot of both individual benefits and then there's social benefits from, if the healthier population as a whole.
Claudia, we have to leave it there. Thank you so very much for joining us today. Of course, it's a wild bond market out there, and expectations changing quickly around the course for next year as well. Of course,
and Happy New Year.
And Happy New Year to you. Of course, Happy Holidays. Up next, guys, we're going to talk about the legacy of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter, who passed away. And of course, we're also going to expand our conversation around politics because you have the President-elect Trump saying that Mike Johnson has his complete and total endorsement. So that's
a religious man. Donald Trump values a religious man.
He sure says he does. That's all up next. This is Bloomberg.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are, and that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. We got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Who's doing this? Who's doing the intro here?
I'll throw it to you. I mean, you're half of a beard.
Shanali, welcome us in.
Okay, I'll do it. Welcome back to Bloomberg Television and Radio. You're watching that mashup of Bloomberg Open Interest as well as Bloomberg Intelligence. You have me, Paul Sweeney, Matt Miller, and we're going to bring in Joe Matthew, of course, who's the co-host of Balance of Power, because, of course, we are talking about the life of Jimmy Carter, the 39th president of the United States, who died yesterday. President Biden said he'll order a state funeral in Washington for Jimmy Carter, and he called the former Democratic president an extraordinary leader, statesman, and humanitarian. Joe, down in D.C., how are people remembering Jimmy Carter today? There's a lot that happened during his tenure that really does roll over in today's politics.
Yeah, you're hearing a lot of parallels, and justifiably in a lot of cases, to the Biden administration, a single-term president who had to deal with inflation, chaos in the Middle East, was coming off a tumultuous time. In the case of Jimmy Carter, it was Watergate. For Joe Biden, it was Donald Trump in the throes of COVID. But I'm struck as well just by the life of the man that I think not enough people are talking about here. This is somebody who grew up in a house in the Plains, Georgia, without electricity or plumbing. He went on to become a graduate of the Naval Academy, a nuclear physicist, the governor of Georgia, and of course the president of the United States, and then redefined the whole thing, redefined a post-presidency to something that we consider a standalone entity today. And it's pretty remarkable, 100 years old. Remembering, of course, he spent over a year in hospice, and he did get to vote for Kamala Harris, as he was hoping to.
That's kind of, I remember him saying he hopes to live long enough to vote for Kamala Harris. And we're seeing reporting, Joe, that U.S. stock markets will close on January 9th to observe a national day of mourning.
We're doing the full deal.
Yep, the whole deal. So how's that? How do you think that's going to build up between now and January 9th?
Well, I will tell you guys that you have me on to talk about how awful things are in Washington and how we can't figure out how to get anything done. There is one thing we do really well down here, and it's this kind of stuff. I'll never forget the procession, the pomp and circumstance that surrounded the funeral of Ronald Reagan, for instance. We don't get these too often. You'll likely see them break out the caisson. You'll see the tradition that goes all the way back to the Civil War with the riderless horse, the backwards boot, notes, all this kind of stuff, the black bunting that will likely line the route. And then, of course, he will lie in state in the U.S. Congress. It was nice to see the remarks not only from Joe Biden, but also, of course, from Donald Trump last evening. This will be a bipartisan affair. It'll be something that will move you when you watch it.
Donald Trump was careful, of course, to point out the massive philosophical and political divides between himself and Jimmy Carter. Although David Weston this morning reminded us that Carter actually started some of the deregulation that so many people credit Ronald Reagan for in aviation and beyond. So this wasn't, a strictly left-leaning sort of central power president when he was in office.
No, you're absolutely right about that. He was the beginning of deregulation for the airlines, for energy, for a lot of sectors that then, of course, became a Ronald Reagan story. But he was also an outsider. I heard that conversation you had with David, and he was dead on with that description when it comes to kind of paving the road for the Donald Trumps of the world, because this was not a traditional politician. I mean, the Allman Brothers, Matt, used to do fundraisers for him at their concerts. This was a guy who carried his own luggage, who was the first to get out of the motorcade on the inauguration to walk the parade route outside of the car. He wore a cardigan sweater on national television when he asked people to turn their thermostats down.
Willie
this
Nelson.
was not somebody that's true. And you know what happened on the roof?
Smoked a joint with Jim Carter at the White House.
That's correct.
I did not know that.
You said you listened to 7 hours of
but-
Jimmy Carter podcasts. That wasn't in any of them?
That was not in the Jimmy Carter podcast I listened to. I'm clearly listening to the wrong podcast. I do want to switch gears a little bit here as well, because there is a lot going on in U.S. politics right now, and we are really less than a month away from inauguration. You are seeing a lot of news coming through the pipe. You're seeing the president-elect, for example, coming out on Truth Social just today, voicing his full support for Mike Johnson. What was behind that, Joe? Because there was a little bit of concern under the surface, wasn't there?
There still is, I think. I mean, we'll see where this goes in the days ahead. But on Friday, we've got some big stuff going on around here. The start of the new Congress is a pretty big deal. You'll see images of lawmakers. They bring their kids in and bring them right into the chamber. There's a lot of rah-rah. And, of course, electing your speaker, electing the leader is the first thing you need to do before the Congress can be sworn in. So there were some worries that Mike Johnson did not have the votes to make this easy, at least on a first round. This will help a lot. Speaker Mike Johnson is a good, hard-working, religious man, says Donald Trump. I don't know where the religion part comes in for him here, but he says he will do the right thing. We will continue to win. Uppercase, he has my complete and total endorsement. That's what Mike Johnson was hoping for. I suspect that this will keep his gavel intact, but then the hard stuff starts. As soon as the Congress is sworn in, they're going to begin writing legislation on the border and on extending the Trump tax cuts, not to mention the confirmation hearings for the likes of Pete Hegseth, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr. So once we get into January and the inauguration that'll take place on the 20th, by the way, the scaffolding is all set up on both ends of Pennsylvania Avenue. Washington is ready. That's when the wild politics will begin.
Yeah, I also want to have a sense here of what the response from Speaker Johnson is as well. Trump posted on Truth Social. Speaker Mike Johnson then posted on X thanking him, saying he's honored and humbled by his support as always. And he goes, quoting Mike Johnson here, "Together we will quickly deliver on your America First agenda and usher in the new golden age of America. The American people demand and deserve that. We waste no time. Let's get to work." Quickly delivering on the agenda. That is the promise.
Although, is it America First, Joe Matthew, when it comes to TikTok? At the behest, really, of President Trump in his first administration, there was bipartisan legislation passed in Congress to ban or force a sale of TikTok, because clearly these social media tools are used as listening devices in this country. Obviously, Google is listening to us. Facebook is listening to us. Apple is listening to us, but they're American companies. China listens to us through TikTok. I think it's pretty well understood. And Donald Trump used to have a problem with that. Now he's not bothered by it. Why the turnaround? Why is Donald Trump now behind the Chinese listening device that is TikTok?
Look, I would love to hear him really explain this evolution.
But does he have a
as we
donor
heard
that
on
owns
the
a big
campaign
stake in
trail,
ByteDance? Or there must be some
yes,
money
there-
reason.
Yes, there is that. And then there's also the Zuckerberg effect. He doesn't want to help, or at least when he talked about this, he didn't want to help Mark Zuckerberg by doing away with his greatest competitor. And on TikTok, I think in the end, he just wants the final word on this, by the way. I'm not sure he's emotional one way or the other when it comes to that. And as far as the congressional agenda goes, whatever Mike Johnson's tweeting about there is no agenda. They still have to figure out sequencing. Do you do the border first? Do you get onto tax cuts? Who's going to write the legislation? And you are going to likely need Democrats to make that work. So it's not quite as easy as a single tweet.
So again, Joe, as we sit here, recognizing how things change in this upcoming administration, is there a to-do list for the first 100 days, do you think?
Oh, sure. I mean, I just mentioned the two big ones, right? It's going to be dealing with the border, but now that we're arguing over H-1Bs and Dreamers, what's that going to look like? Will it be comprehensive immigration reform? Because we haven't been able to get that across the finish line. Will we go back to a stay in Mexico policy? There are a lot of questions about how that's actually going to work. And then when it comes to the tax cuts, we went through all of these one by one. It's not just extending the 2017 legislation. It's no taxes on tips. It's no taxes on overtime. It's no taxes on, Social Security, mortgage insurance. I could keep going here. There were a lot of them that are SALT. Matt, you haven't even mentioned it yet. Is all of that going to get into the same package and you're going to get Democrats to vote for it? Those are huge questions right now.
Now, Paul, I know you put in a lot of hours. You put in more hours on air than any other anchor at Bloomberg Media.
That's got to be true.
But Joe Matthew,
oh my goodness,
he does a yeoman's effort. Balance of Power kicks off at noon with him, and then
it goes to like 2 or something.
It goes till 2, but then he comes back at 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
That whole coming back thing's not happening.
All right, Joe Matthew.
Can you help me? Can you put a word in up there and could we merge the shows?
Exactly. I'd like you on
maybe
more.
one longer show.
I'd like you on more because I just listened to every single sentence he utters there. Catch him on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. It is, no offense, Paul, it is my favorite program.
It is. It's what's he call it? The most fastest,
the fastest show on politics.
Yes, I love that.
We're going to come back and talk. Speaking of politics, Greg Valliere from AGF Investments. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and an ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture. It's about the systems, the values, the mission. It's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's, and it's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg. The The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth. Today, they control 1/3 of global wealth, but in the next 5 years, $30 trillion is going to pass in the hands of women, and they're going to control over 50% of the global wealth market out there today. Women care deeply about investing with purpose, investing to make an impact, doing good with their investment. So you're going to see some significant opportunities for us as we lean in and have been leaning in to capturing more of the female wallet globally.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
A continent of vast opportunity and endless potential, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the players and unpacks the issues shaping the African story. We'll bring you interviews with key newsmakers and expert analysis, getting to the heart of business, politics, and economics in the region. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Africa Amplified.
To Bloomberg Television and Radio. This is a simulcast special edition of Bloomberg Open Interest and Bloomberg Intelligence. Shanali and I have joined Paul Sweeney.
Thank you.
In his interactive broker studio. I really prefer, to be honest, this setup.
But your TV studios are awesome.
It's cool, but
this setup with our music, sweet spot.
That's true.
That's a good one. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I know a guy. I'll make a phone call.
I didn't hear our music. Are we not using our music?
Maybe tomorrow.
Music.
We'll bring it back.
Yes.
I get to wear jeans is all I know. All right, we're looking at a market that is kind of tanking today. The S&P 500 isn't doing as badly as it had been, but it's still down 1.3% right now. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 540 points, even without all those Mag 7 stocks weighing on it. In terms of the NASDAQ 100, that tech-heavy index is down 1.5% right now, 21,148. So down across the board. And as you pointed out, Shanali, it's not because of high rates, but it may be those high rates that attracted investors out of stocks and into bonds today because they're buying treasuries.
Finally. I mean, it's been a few days since we've seen that happen. But it's interesting. Not only are you below that kind of emotional 6,000 level on the S&P 500, you're also below 5,900 as well. So it's interesting to see how much ground we've given up. Also,
but we're above 450 on the 10-year, and I know that feels light to you, but we've had so many guests on, stock bulls, who've said everything's going to be okay as long as we don't get to 450 on the 10-year, and we're at 455.
Fair enough. You have Max Kettner at HSBC calling 450 the danger zone. You have Julian Emanuel saying you have to look at 475 and 5% next. So certainly a lot of markers to keep an eye on there in the bond market that could be dangerous, as he says, for the equity market.
Or do you just buy the dip on equities like we always do? I mean, we didn't have a drawdown, which is what the kids call it. I call it a sell-off, but more than 8% in calendar 2024. So, to me, it's
worked for the past few years, for sure.
Exactly. So what do you know?
They're not coming out today, though, is what I've got to say. You've got to wonder.
But all I know is the story for 2025 has to be earnings. If the earnings aren't there, then you're in trouble.
And the bar is high.
Yes. Yeah, double digit, because the Fed's not really going to be there for you as much as we originally thought.
On the index level. Now, in terms of the individual movers and shakers, there are some winners today. Vivid Seats is one. Let's get over to Alex Semenova. She covers stonks for us at Bloomberg News. And what's driving Vivid Seats higher? It's a stock a lot of people never even heard of.
Yeah, so Vivid is exploring a sale after receiving takeover interest. This is according to sources. Of course, this was reported by our Bloomberg colleagues here. Shares did surge on the news, and then trading was temporarily halted. The stock is trading again, and it looks like it's up about 38%, a pretty incredible run today. And this company went public through a blank check vehicle back in 2021, has had a pretty bad run since then. Shares of Vivid Seats up to today's news were down 40% in the past year. And apparently the company is working with an advisor to gauge interest from potential auditors.
You know, it's interesting. To the point that Matt was making a little bit earlier, the bears have really not survived this market, right? You've seen the bulls not even be bullish enough. So when we go into next year, you still have a lot of range-bound thinking. The S&P might run up another 10%. But what are the risks? Are people walking into their views nervously next year?
Yeah, so actually, if you look at consensus targets going into next year, it stands around the 6,600 line. That implies a return of about 12% over the coming year, and that comes on the heel of back-to-back gains of more than 20% for the S&P 500. That hasn't happened since the dot-com bubble, basically, when the S&P gained more than 20% for 4 straight years in a row. And looking into next year, it actually, you know, the bullishness comes after strategists were wrong for the last 2 years, 3 years actually, if you think about it, when they were trying to anticipate the twists and turns of this post-pandemic market and economy in 2022. Of course, no one really saw the rout that happened, and then they went into the last couple of years with cautiousness when they shouldn't have been cautious. And to their defense, you know, no one could have really predicted this a very bifurcated market where just a handful of names were accounting for so much of the S&P 500's return. If you go back to the trough in the index back in October 2022, the top 10 names account for about 60% of the S&P 500's 60% return since then.
By the way, it takes buyers and sellers to make a market, right? We cast a broad net when we interview strategists. How many of the 20 or so strategists that we survey expect the market to fall in 2025?
Matt, it looks like just about nobody's.
Zero.
Barry Bannister at Stifel, he's kind of the only contrarian, but if you look at the big banks, pretty much everyone is bullish going into next year, and notably JP Morgan, which has held on to its 4,200 target for the past 2 years, they're actually optimistic now too. I had a conversation with Dubravko Lejkos-Buhas. He actually says that he's the chief market strategist there after Kalanovic left. He actually says that he thinks risks are to the upside, basically. He says that there are 3 puts going into next year. You have the Trump put, the Fed put, and the China put, so a lot of stimulation in equity prices, but we're not seeing that materialize into this final stretch of 2024. It looks like people are actually getting nervous with uncertainty around policy in January.
Well, when I was at Salomon Brothers, we were all institutional firm, our clients. We had and this is the late 90s, a bearish strategist, the only one on Wall Street. You can go Google it, go Google his name. Then we merged with Smith Barney, who had 15,000 retail brokers. He was out of the job the next day.
Wait, was it tall Paul Volcker's short little friend?
No, I don't know about that, but
Kaufman.
Anyway,
Henry Kaufman?
No, Dr. Doom. No, he's Dr. Doom. Alex Semenova, thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, President-elect Donald Trump is offering his complete and total endorsement to Speaker Mike Johnson as he wards off a potentially crippling leadership fight in the House that threatens to slow his agenda. Greg Valliere, AGF Investments Chief U.S. Policy Strategist, joins us now. Greg, what's the position of President-elect Trump here as he gets ready to take office January 20th?
It's incredibly uncertain, and it depends on who you talk and what time of the day. Is, you know, are we going to raise the debt ceiling? Are we going to invade Toronto? Are we going to have who are we going to have as Speaker of the House? These stories change almost by the hour, and I think we're all going to have to get used to this uncertainty for the next 4 years.
If you have uncertainty over the next 4 years, where would it be the most at this point? Because there are a range of issues that investors are keeping an eye on, the country is keeping an eye on. We talk a lot about tariffs here at Bloomberg News, of course. That is one of the places that, of course, we don't know the plan yet. But how do you think about this in terms of where the president-elect will spar with Congress?
His promises have been so grandiose that I think he has to sort of stand up for what he has said. I think on Inauguration Day on the 20th, we'll be talking about tariffs. I think he has to move on that against China, Canada, other countries, and immigration. He has to move on that. A failure to do what he has promised would really set him up for mockery, and it would embolden people like Elon Musk.
I will chime in on something that I haven't brought up yet.
Okay.
Donald Trump promised to get rid of the state and local tax deduction cap that he put on in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. So, as we all know, before Trump came into office, you could write off your state and local taxes from your federal filing. He said he's going to get rid of that cap that he put into place. What do you think the likelihood of that is?
I bet you live in New Jersey. Just a wild guess, but I do think it's going to be an issue that he'll have problems with, for the simple reason that we can't afford all this stuff. If you look at what he has promised in the last 6 months, a tax break for waiters and waitresses, the state and local taxes you mentioned, all sorts of things that I think will annoy people in this very fiscally conservative House. You know, people say, well, Trump and Johnson, House Speaker Johnson, will get along. I'm not so sure about that. Johnson can only afford to lose 1 or 2 votes, and the Freedom Caucus may have an issue if people in the Freedom Caucus who live in Texas or Florida, they may have a big issue with the SALT tax.
So, you know, Greg, one of the other big issues that'll probably be a day one type of issue for the president-elect Trump will be migration and perhaps deportation of certain illegal immigrants. How do you think that's really going to play out in practicality?
I think in practicality, Trump and Elon Musk and Ramaswamy are going to have to align. It's going to be difficult with the Trump base. I think Steve Bannon will lead that base and say we don't want any immigration, but that's just not practical. There are areas in our economy that need people from India or wherever, and I think Trump is going to have to moderate his tone on this.
Yeah, Trump has said he's in favor of the H-1B visas.
Right.
He's already come out on Musk's side, on Ramaswamy's side, on that issue. And he goes up against Laura Loomy and maybe Margaret Taylor Greene on that. But it seems that it's a fairly easy position to hold, because those aren't people stealing American jobs, right? The problem is you can't fill those jobs to begin with.
Right, and again, just to reiterate, the problem is the uncertainty. Is he going to stick to his guns on the debt ceiling? People I talked to on Capitol Hill last week were incredulous that he would inject the issue of the debt ceiling, a hammer the Republicans can use later in the year, that he's going to inject it now. It just complicates everything.
Speaking of complications, you know, when we're talking about that immigration issue, you really did see a fracturing in certain parts of the MAGA party, if you will, or the more further right part of the Republican Party, where you did see differences in opinion, very, very vocal differences. Is it too early to ask how this would play out in the midterms?
No, that's a really good question. No, it's not too early. I think it's going to confuse people so much that it's going to get Democrats enthusiastic by spring that they have a chance to regain control of the House and Senate.
Well, taking that a step further, Greg, if I'm a part of the, I don't know, the Washington bureaucracy, I'm going to be there 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now in my department. Do I treat this administration almost as a lame duck administration?
Probably not yet. I mean, people who underestimate Trump do so at their own peril. And I think Trump will have some successes. But he can't keep changing his line every week or so. That's going to exasperate people, and it's going to cost him the most important thing a politician has, and that's political capital. And I think Trump's political capital, just in the last 10, 15 days, has taken a hit.
Greg, we thank you so much for your time. That is Greg Valliere of AGF Investments. He's the Chief U.S. Policy Strategist there. And guys, you might have missed it. This is another big question. But late Friday night, you had Janet Yellen sending a letter to congressional leaders saying when the new debt limit is going to come to the surface. And the window is right around, drumroll, inauguration. So that's another thing to watch out for in the coming weeks as well, those debt disputes coming back to the surface.
I'm surprised you don't have a drum roll button.
Yeah.
Has Tom not pushed to get those kind of things?
You're right. That's a great point. We'll put that up. I'll put a ticket in for that.
Yeah.
That's what you
He's
do.
a lyrical man. He just does it himself.
Yeah.
Sound effects are important. We're going to come back and talk a little bit more about what's going on in these markets. We continue to drop, and we're now down more than 2% for the month of December. We were supposed to see a Santa Claus rally, and it did not come to fruition, at least not yet. We got one more trading day left in the year, and we're still up 25% and change this year, so much better than a stick in the eye, I guess. We're also going to talk about some of the big winners and losers today, particularly focused on Boeing. Those shares down 2.5%. They were down 6% earlier after the terrible plane crash in South Korea. That was a Boeing 737-800 whose landing gear failed to deploy, killing 179 people. This is Bloomberg.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
All right, 2024 is now the deadliest year in commercial aviation since 2018. There was a disaster in South Korea over the weekend. Jeju Air lost a Boeing 737, killing all but 2 of the 181 people on board. There's a lot of talk of bird strike complicating things in terms of the engines, but the real problem, it seems, is that the landing gear wasn't deployed before the crew rushed to get the plane on the ground and then slid into an embankment. Let's bring in George Ferguson right now, Bloomberg Intelligence senior aviation analyst. And George, what seems to have been the reason for the failure to deploy the landing gear? Was it just human error?
So I guess we're clearly going to need to get all the accident reports in, right? So this is early days, so there's a bit of speculation for what we're going to tell you here. But what I'll tell you is that on that Boeing 737, there's triple redundancy in the hydraulic system to lower the landing gear. And if all of that fails, there's a cable that allows you to manually lower the landing gear. So without sort of damage on the undercarriage, it's hard to imagine the gear wouldn't have deployed, even in, finally in that manual procedure. It feels to me, and again, I'm on the ground, so I want to be, cognizant of the fact that the crew are operating under very stressful conditions. But those of us that are looking at it, from in a more leisurely manner, unfortunately, what we see is a crew that looks like it was really rushed rushing to get the airplane on the ground. And you know, what I hear from professionals, pilot professionals in the industry, is the 7 minutes they took after sort of missing the initial approach where there looked like there was a bird strike to trying to get that airplane landed is just not enough time to go through the checklist that they should have gone through if they're having some sort of, again, hydraulic problems and couldn't lower the gear and go for a manual land. So it feels to me like cockpit management is a lot of the problem in this crash. And I think importantly to your viewers, it really, I have a hard time bringing this back to a Boeing problem. We're very sorrowful about what happened here in Korea, but we don't think it looks like something that's going to go back to Boeing as a manufacturer problem with them.
Can you explain what could have happened as it regards to the bird strike? How often does that happen?
Well, so these engines are designed, you know, aviation engines are designed to take bird strikes. If it's a big enough bird strike, engines can get knocked out, right? And so, you know, we saw that's the old Sully story over the Hudson, right, where he ingested birds in both sides, knocked both engines out, and had to put the airplane in the river. But typically, you know, you'll get an engine out on one side because of a bird strike, or even the bird will pass through. But even some of the preliminary information we're hearing is that the airplane was in landing approach, you know, at 150 plus miles an hour, indicating that engines were still turning at that point. Look, there are situations I hear from pilots where if you ingest a bird, you can get smoke in the cockpit or the cabin, depending on what engine ingested a bird. And that can be very disconcerting for pilots and for passengers and get you to hustle processes and try to get an airplane on the ground as fast as possible.
George, have we heard anything from Boeing today in response?
I haven't heard anything yet. I haven't yet. I'm sure they're going to cooperate, though, with investigators and not say much until the investigation's conducted. Again, this airplane, though, was in service for 15 years, so it would have gone through heavy checks, D-checks, where they check every system out in the airplane. The landing gear was probably replaced in that period of time. So taking anything, again, back to Boeing really doesn't seem to me to be likely. If there is any issue, it could potentially be a maintenance issue. But everything I'm reading makes me think this was a crew that was really moving fast to get the airplane on the ground when maybe they should have been going slower and managing checklists. And again, I wasn't in the cockpit, so I'm not faulting them, but it seems like what they were doing.
So again, kind of a tough ending to a tough year, tough number of years for Boeing here. And I always wonder, you know, this is such a great American company, a great engineering first company, and you kind of always ask yourself, when is the bottom? When is all the bad news in so I can go and buy this stock that's down 32% year to date? But boy, it seems to always be something. Let's step back, George, and where are we in the Boeing story and kind of getting back on track?
So, you know, I think we're at the reemergence of the manufacturing process, right? The door problems, the strike, everything that's happened this year, I think it's all this year. It seemed like we compressed a lot in this year for Boeing. Largely looks to be behind Boeing. So from a Bloomberg intelligence perspective, we're really looking for them to they've started the production process again of the 737, which is the most important airliner for them, the moneymaker. And we think that they'll see a 45% increase in deliveries of that airplane across the year. We think, you know, Kelly Ortberg will dig into quality. He's not going fast in the you know, restarting the factory. And so, you know, we anticipate that they should be able to get a lot more deliveries out the door. And this year, and in 2025. And so we think that's the beginning of improving cash flow, improving profitability at the company, right? That's just their most important line. And so we're looking for a much better 2025.
Is there any possibility, George, that some other aircraft manufacturer could come in and challenge this decades-old duopoly? I mean, is there anybody who can come? Is there any SpaceX out there that can knock Boeing off of its airplane manufacturing? I don't even know what to call it because they
duopoly. Yeah, Boeing and Airbus.
Yeah.
I think there's one. It's really hard to break into this business as duopoly. Bombardier tried it with the C-Series in the narrow body world. It was a small narrow body, and we see what happened to that, right? It was ultimately sold back to Airbus for $1. Really hard to break in. There's one company in the world that I think can. It's called Comac. It's in the process of doing it, but their ramp up has been very slow, right? They have a C919 narrow body. It's a competitor of the 737, A320. It's being delivered into fleets in China. It is flying. It will take them time to learn how to support that airplane in the field. It'll take them even longer to start to sell it outside of China and really compete with the duopoly, except for the Chinese market, which is a very important market for aviation. Has been a very important, may not be as important this year. I still think they're probably fully a decade away and really competing, but I think that's what's going to break the duopoly. I don't see other manufacturers, even Embraer, I don't see them breaking this duopoly.
You know, George, just to say, you know, if you're just watching what's been happening to not just Boeing, but what happened in South Korea as well, it's felt dangerous to fly lately. It seems like this year
it's still very safe to fly on commercial airlines.
But
I'm going to go with
there
Matt.
have been a significant number of accidents, some very jarring. I mean, has that scared anybody away?
Look, I think there are always people that are scared, you know, with flying. Obviously, it's a bit of an unnatural act, right? You're taking a seat in the clouds. So it's clearly not good to have accidents like this. But again, I think what we see is the industry is very safe. I still think safer than driving your car, but I haven't done the statistics this year on it.
It still is. I mean, look, 318 people have died in commercial crashes this year. How many people have flown on a plane?
Yeah. I mean, look, I remember growing up, and I'm getting to be, you know, up there in years now, but, you know, as a younger man, there'd be, you know, in the 80s, there'd be accidents from wind shear. There'd be a couple every single year in the U.S. alone, right? So the industry has come a really long way. It's about, you know, it's about manufacturing tolerances. It's about training and safety. I think again, you know, this seems like there's a bit of a rush in this cockpit. I come back to the idea there is a generational transfer of knowledge going on in many, many industries, including ours, and it's going to be about training those future pilots, mechanics, and everything to be super safe, attention to detail.
All right, George, great as always. George Ferguson, Bloomberg Intelligence, covers all the auto company, all the airlines and the aerospace companies, including Boeing. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry, you know.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture. It's about the systems, the values, the mission. It's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. It's, and it's sometimes you look at it and you marvel and you think about, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
Decision under surveillance with the fastest coverage and exclusive analysis, including Powell's press conference. Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Versace. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
There is this real momentum from Wall Street. We are basically deep in the European earnings season.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Intelligence / Open Interest. Matt Miller here in the Interactive Broker Studio with Shanali Basak. We're invading Paul Sweeney's territory.
Exactly, and that a nice quiet studio before you guys came in.
Occupy Radio Studio.
Nothing
It's
quiet about
simulcast.
us, Paul.
Exactly.
It's simulcast. Welcome to the program. If you're listening on Sirius XM, we welcome
Channel
you.
121.
If you're listening, if you're watching on Bloomberg.com, we appreciate you. YouTube.com as well. There's so many ways to ingest
Tom's
this content.
all over the YouTube. He engages with our viewers on YouTube live chat.
Yes.
Real time, I'll see him over there doing
That's one thing I haven't gotten into. I wouldn't be able to pay attention to the program anymore if I did that.
Well, you got me, so I'm going to...
Anyway, I'm excited now because we're going to talk about cars.
There you go.
But we'll start off by talking about what is Elon Musk doing. Now, first off, in Germany, he has written an op-ed in Die Welt supporting the Alternative for Deutschland, the AfD. This is the far-right party in Germany. And Germany's one country.
Super far right.
Germany's one country in which you don't want to support the far right. Typically, they've had issues with the far right in Germany. Most notably the National Socialist Party, with whom many people would compare the AfD. But I won't go there today. And nonetheless, he has put his support behind the AfD. Really interesting move from Elon Musk. I would say many people give that a low grade. A high grade would be given to the support he's put behind Donald Trump because it's won him so much influence. If anyone ever tells you can't buy power in Washington, show them Elon Musk. Shanali, how much did he donate to the Trump campaign? It's like $140 million or something to that effect.
I think that includes other Republican parties as well, but I do lose track of the math. It is in the hundreds of millions when you think about his total political donations. Sincerely, this year was a lot. Can we also just talk about this story, the big take as well?
That's where I was going.
I know.
That money has bought him so much influence that Starlink has become successful.
Well, what's interesting about this is it's not just, to your point, in the U.S. SpaceX alone has added more than 20 nations, including Ghana and Argentina. That means it now serves more than 4 million people in 100-plus countries and territories. That's nothing to say of Starlink as well, where that closeness to governments is giving him more access in terms of how the service is being used, including his own place of birth, South Africa.
I see we have actually a story here tallying the amount of money he's made in terms of donations. Elon Musk, who does, to his credit, have $468 billion in wealth, He donated at least $274 million to political groups in 2024, making him the most prolific donor of the election cycle. The majority of those donations went to his America PAC, the super PAC he founded, which spent $159 million to support Donald Trump's presidential campaign.
Money well spent.
Yeah, it looks like it. He sort of won himself the co-presidency. It hasn't done so much for Tesla demand, although I was kind of wondering when he was doing this if he was trying to get the right-wing kind of the MAGA bros on board, you know, with his kind of green EVs.
And you got to give them a Ford F-150. That's what people like to buy.
I recently drove a GMC Sierra. That's an electric version of their pickup truck, which was a phenomenal vehicle.
You know, I would tell you that it's lost some of the Trump bump in the Tesla stock, and yes, some of it has been given up, but the day before the election, you had it trading at under $250 a share. It's now trading at $420 a share. So you've seen still a significant surge in Tesla stock, regardless of what the fundamentals or the data would tell you.
Well, but it is worth $1.4 trillion. That's a car maker, right? Let's look at General Motors, for example. That's worth $59 billion. Let's look at Ford. That's worth $39 billion. What about...
you're doing the analysis every auto analyst is doing.
What about Volkswagen? Volkswagen is worth 45 billion euros. I mean, Tesla is worth more than every other car maker in the world combined.
Because I think a lot of investors aren't even looking at it as just a car maker. Right. Something I'm watching for 2025 is what it would mean for them to integrate more of XAI when it comes to Tesla. What can XAI do for Tesla? I don't know. I just got my first car, as you know, in my adult life, and I'm just excited.
She got a Beamer, Paul.
Nice. Good for you.
Basic GPS is the most exciting technology I'm excited for my car. I don't know what you do with the XAI.
Let's bring in the car czar. Craig Trudell ran our autos coverage out of Detroit. He ran it out of Tokyo, and now he's running it out of London globally. Scam. So he knows more, I would say, than anybody else that we employ about this business. And first off, on the valuation, Craig, of Tesla, it can't be XAI, because I don't see what ChatGPT is going to do to make the Cybertruck a more pleasant experience. Not that it's a bad experience to begin with, but why is Tesla worth more than $1.33 trillion?
Yeah, I would flag that, you know, just the AI story, of course, is something that, you know, Tesla has you know, emphasized for some time. I mean, Musk has staged, you know, several AI days at this point, and it's been on sort of the tip of his tongue long before the emergence of ChatGPT. And so, you know, even if you know, a search you know, function is not necessarily going to be a game changer for, you know, for your Cybertruck, I do think that a lot of this is about optimism around, you know, the ability to in Musk's words, solve self-driving. And, you know, this is something that he you know, again, has been talking about for many years now. For many years now has you know, proven overly optimistic about his abilities to do that solving. And, you know, I think he himself has referred to himself as the guy who cried, the boy who cried FSD, standing for full self-driving. So, you know, I think he has a little fun at his own expense about the fact that he's overly optimistic about this. But I think the market does see, you know, the emergence of a President-elect Trump, who, you know, whose biggest benefactor was Musk. You know, that Musk is going to get some return on that investment in the form of looser regulation around this technology.
By the way, just want to mention, speaking of FSD, did you see the Alex Roy news, Craig Trudell? He set the first Tesla full self-driving Cannonball Run record. So
yeah, going across the country using the technology, I think it's a really sort of interesting show of force of both the capabilities and the limits, I would say, of the technology. Because Alex, I think, you know, he actually has a podcast called Autonocast that I would highly recommend for, you know, in-depth analysis of this very subject, and the fact that, you know, it may be a sort of driver convenience feature, but I think the jury is still very much out on how soon, it's going to be replacing us as drivers, and how quickly we'll be able to count on our Tesla, basically entering a fleet as, sort of a rolling Airbnb for people to borrow and hail like you would an Uber.
Rolling Airbnb, I like that. That works for me. So stepping back, Craig, as we exit 2024, what's the industry call on EVs today in terms of where we think ultimate demand is going to be? Because it feels like it took a little bit of a hit this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think 2024 was a sort of, realization that this transition is not going to be easy. It's not going to be smooth. I think there were plenty of skeptics of, just how quickly EVs could grow and just how, capable this industry would be of sort of maintaining this momentum. But I think by and large, for several years now, EVs have, exceeded expectations. I think that changed in a significant way in 2024, where, even I would say the hottest car company in the world is not Tesla. I would point to China's BYD. But even BYD, the reason why they're growing is not pure electric vehicles. It's plug-in hybrid electric vehicles and extended range electric vehicles that do rely on a small internal combustion engine to get people over range anxiety and worries about running out of juice. And so I think we've seen big slowdowns over here in Europe. And also, I think we'll have some real sort of doubts to overcome in 2025 about whether EV sales can keep growing in the U.S. if and when President-elect Trump pulls back support and does away with the incentives, which his transition team has talked quite openly about.
Is it possible that President Trump throws away some of the climate change regulation that's held back manufacturers from building big-inch naturally aspirated V8 motors? I mean, Germany has kind of regulated itself into a recession here. The entire European economy is a flop, and a lot of it because of the green initiatives that have been taken, putting them at a huge disadvantage. Do you see any of that regulation being turned back, Craig?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, it's not just, of course, the $7,500, purchase tax credit that could go away. It's also, it's not just the carrot, it's also the stick, right? It's about fuel economy regulations, which, the Biden administration, toughened in significant fashion from the pulling back that Trump did in his first 4 years. And so I think, this is an industry that does not turn on a dime, right? That does product planning at least 4, 5, 6 years out. And so, you have a situation where, whereas this maybe was a relief for the GMs and Fords of the world years ago, I mean, they've invested significant sums in EVs. And so will it be somewhat of a relief for them in that, maybe they won't have to buy EV, credits from a company like Tesla? Maybe to some degree, but, some of these state policies will stay in place. And so I think they will have to continue to sort of plow ahead with electric vehicle investments, despite the fact that there will, almost certainly be some loosening up in the U.S. policy.
Outside of the U.S. also, I want to bring you back, because I think Matt wasn't here for one of the largest conversations around an autos merger that we've seen in a while, I think. Right?
I really question, though, the use of the term merger. When it's so obviously an acquisition, I don't know why that word was printed over and over and over again.
Perhaps Craig can explain this to us, especially because now it looks like Nissan investors might be a little concerned about what they're going to get out of the deal.
Well, I think the big concern is what Honda will get out of it, and whether or not Nissan investors will be disappointed in what Honda is willing to offer because of how troubled Nissan is. And so I think you've seen a lot of volatility in Nissan trading, and Shanali, I think you're looking at just in the last couple of days what's happened to Nissan stock. I think it absolutely is going to continue to be volatile as we move into 2025, because these are two companies talking about trying to close a deal sometime in I think it's around August of 2026. And so there's a lot of opportunity for this, to go sideways for Nissan, in the event that they continue to really struggle. How much is Honda willing, to come to their rescue without significant, give in terms of the sort of share ratio of what goes into this holding company that they're looking to set up?
We'll see. What does Honda have what does Nissan have that Honda doesn't, right?
Right. I mean, Honda's by far the bigger player here.
And they have all of the same product offerings, with the exception of a giant, like the Armada is huge, right? And I don't think Honda has an Armada competitor, but otherwise,
all right.
You have to just cancel everything that Nissan makes.
I know. That's kind of what I kind of saw as a big cost-cutting thing. Craig Trudell, he covers all the auto stuff for Bloomberg News over there in London. Coming up, where are we going to be traveling in 2025? I can tell you where I'm traveling in 2025.
Yeah,
Aruba,
where?
Aruba in a couple of weeks.
Nice.
Then the Sphere in Vegas, little ski trip with the boys out in Colorado. And then in the fall, going to Italy.
You're hitting it hard.
Hitting it hard.
Fall
This is the time to go, man. I mean, the kids are out and gone, done. So we're going to talk about that coming up with Kate Crater coming up. That'll be interesting. Where are we traveling? The airlines are doing well. The cruise ships are doing well. This is Bloomberg.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth. Today, they control a third of global wealth, but in the next 5 years, $30 trillion is going to pass in the hands of women, and they're going to control over 50% of the global wealth market out there today. Women care deeply about investing with purpose, investing to make an impact, doing good with their investments. So you're going to see some significant opportunities for us as we lean in and have been leaning in to capturing more of the female wallet globally.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are, and that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. We got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and an ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
All right, let's talk commodities here. I'm looking at the GLCO Go function on the Bloomberg terminal. It gives you like the energy commodities, the metals, the ags, all that kind of stuff. And you can
Not
break
Bitcoin,
it down. No, because I view Bitcoin, but I view Bitcoin
as a
commodity.
currency?
No, I view it as a commodity.
You do? Then why isn't it on the global
that's a
commodity
great point.
prices
And the
page?
reason I view it as a currency, i.e. just supply and demand, is because Mike McGlone told me that about 10 years ago.
That is a commodity or a
Yeah.
currency?
Well, he just said he thinks about it as a commodity.
Yeah.
Fixed supply, more use cases creates more demand, so therefore it's going to go up over
But the
time.
command to get it on the Bloomberg is XBT, and then you use the currency,
I know.
F11, the currency.
I've talked to Mike on the fourth floor. He's working on it. We'll see how that goes. Tom, also on the fourth floor, is working on it, so we'll see
I
how it goes.
suppose it depends on how you use it.
Yes, that's a great point.
Split the
So,
difference.
I don't know. I just kind of speculated. Mike McGlone joins us here at Bloomberg Intelligence. He covers all the commodities for us. Hey, Mike, I'd love to get your big theme outlook for 2025. Where are you going this year?
For commodities, most risks are tilting towards deflation. The prerequisites for broad commodities, most notably most economic sensitive, crude oil and copper to go up, is the U.S. stock market has to go up, number one. We have to have more cuts from OPEC. We have to have more stimulus from China. So the market's all dependent on those things, which means the risks are down. And I think gold's still going to be one of the best performers. And you mentioned Bitcoin earlier. I think a key thing to tilt gold to really accelerate a little bit, if Bitcoin keeps backing down from that threshold resistance around $100,000.
Well, let's stick on gold for a second here, because it's not that all precious metals have risen with gold. What has gold got that others do not? I mean, you think about iron ore, lithium. Why is gold sticking out just so much? Is it because of all the central banks buying it?
There you go, Sonali. You nailed it. Gold has the deepest pockets on the planet buying it. It does not have ETFs yet. This is the fourth year in a row where there's been ETF outflows and significant inflows into Bitcoin, which might be shifting next year, but it has geopolitics in its favor. It's every day that goes by, we see rising geopolitical tensions, most notably with President Xi of China and President Putin of Russia cozying up. That's good for gold, and I think that's going to continue. The significance, I think, for gold to accelerate is that competition. There's significant competition in Bitcoin, if that curtails a little bit, and from the U.S. stock market and U.S. interest rates. So if the U.S. stock market backs up a little bit, God help us, at some point we're going to get a 10% correction next year. First prediction, Gina Martin Adams is probably on top of that. And that, I think, should accelerate the inklings for gold. But what I think is going to happen next year is we're going to have the first year of gold ETF inflows in 5 years. And that might come on the back of just a little back and fill in risk assets. So the key thing I could point out for this year, when the rock beats stocks, gold's up 26% this year, the S&P 500 is 25%, that's not a good sign for the global economy.
I wonder, speaking of the global economy, about oil. It's the most important, probably, commodity for the economy, definitely in my household, the most used. We're looking at continued low prices, and Donald Trump wants to cut regulations to drill more. As Sonali pointed out, we've already drilled or gotten more oil out of the ground in this country than ever before. Where do you see oil prices going?
The number lower, Matt, the first thing is I think all your internal combustion vehicles in your home heating oil prices will go lower, particularly because of what you mentioned. But the bottom line is there's pre-existing trends. We have an excess of supply. The U.S. has to export over 3 million barrels of crude oil a year just to be break even. Compare that to 2010, we're importing, 2008 or so, importing 10 million barrels a day. So that's increasing. And we have to have OPEC supply cuts. So I think the next way to look at crude oil, it's about $70 a barrel. I think it's more likely to go to 40 than to 100. It's going to take some kind of geopolitical event. The average average cost of a gallon of gasoline in this country, which is around 3, is probably going to head towards 2. Diesel is probably going to head lower. And you need something to shift for that to go higher. And the key thing to offset this excess of supply, and the word I use for a global basis is glut, is lower prices. Absent something I can't predict. But to me, that's overall, it's the trend. We have Mr. Trump coming in, and overall the trend has been lower. The question is, how low does it get? And right now, I think we're just end of the year nuances.
Mike, we thank you so much, of course, of all little time in commodity markets and some standout performance for some assets. We're going to switch gears as the year ends. It is time to start thinking about travel. I know Paul Sweeney already has been in 2025. We're joined now by Bloomberg's Kate Crater. It's been a big year for travel already. You see it in the equity market for certain types of travel stocks. But how are people thinking about going into next year? Where are they finding the most bang for their buck?
You know, it's such a good question, Sonali. There's so many places to go. We just did this terrific Where to Go list that has 25 places to think about all over the world with this also nifty price prediction. So if you're like, maybe I don't know if I want to go to Japan or Bangkok, you can price flights from your city and figure out what's going to be the most economically viable trip for you to take.
So are people going to the tried and true Vegas, Paris, stuff that, kind of on the beaten path, or are they doing different stuff, quirky stuff?
You know what? They're having some really fun adventures this year. You know, people are always going to go to Greece. There's some Greece hot spots. If you want to go a place where the flights are just worth your while, is going to Japan. Flights are down 20%. Wow. In general. I know, that's a deal, right? And you can't find that kind of price price drop in any other place. So literally bang for your buck, go to Japan. There's also some fantastic hotel news there. You can go to Amman is opening in Kyoto, which Amman in Bangkok just was awarded world's best hotel. So that's going to be a nice place to stay. There's a lot of stuff happening in Osaka. So people used to just go to Tokyo, and now they're really spreading out. And also, especially if you're paying with dollars, it goes a lot farther than it ever did before.
I was just about to ask you that, Kate, because, Sherry Ann was in town last week. I don't know if you guys saw her, and she said, come visit. The dollar goes a long way in Japan right now. I mean, how much are people saying that in different places around the world? Is the dollar a reason to go travel right now?
I mean, it really is. You really, if you've got some dollars in your pocket, you don't even always have to bring your big wallet wherever you go. But if you're looking for one place that's bang for your buck, I would say Japan. And if you like to eat sushi, then you're going to get a really, really good deal. In New York, as you guys know, a meal will cost you a couple $100s. You can go to Japan and have a fantastic omakase meal for less than $100.
I go to Japan for the horsehide leather jackets.
Sure, who
the
doesn't?
Shinky hides that you can get at the Real McCoys or at Mr. Freedom are just unbeatable.
Sure.
Not to mention the jeans construction that you can get from
denim.
Samurai, or even
Levi Strauss.
even T-shirts. All right, let's talk about going to see something cool. The big stuff, like the 7 wonders of the world. Are people going to Cairo, for example? Isn't it a little bit dangerous to travel over there?
I mean, going to Egypt is one of our where to go, 25 places. It's beautiful. The history is so deep. I mean, you have to watch what's happening with current events. Of course you do. But in general, it's definitely a place to put on your list for 2025. It's a place I personally really want to go next year. I also want to go to Bangkok. If you're a White Lotus fan, then season 3 is filmed there. You might have heard about it. The Mandarin Oriental just went through a $90 million renovation. They have 2 pools right on the river now. And if you go, then you'll see some scenes. Some scenes from White Lotus season 3 were shot there.
See, that's what you need to do, man.
Go to Bangkok. I'm going to Indonesia.
Indonesia?
Really? Where are you going? Where?
I'm going to Raja Ampat to dive. So there's a... Well, I don't want to ruin it for me and my friends. There's a small eco-resort there called Mazul, but you've got to fly into Jakarta and then fly to Sarong and then take a 5-hour boat towards Papua New Guinea. And so it's a very long, it takes like 2 days to get there, but it's the best diving in the world.
Really?
That's part of it. Jakarta's actually really interesting. They have a really good restaurant there. It's called August, and it was on this world's 50 best list. And in fact, it got so much attention that now people are extending their trips in Jakarta. It used to be a place that you just went to do business,
yeah, I would
and
never
people would
want
leave
to go
on
to Jakarta
Thursday to go to Bali. Well, no, but now if you go and if you're there's a restaurant August that it's actually changed the economy of the city a little bit. People are booking an extra night to go to this restaurant, and then they'll take off and go to Bali on a Friday.
That's a good tip, Kate. I'll take it.
There you go.
Bloomberg's Kate Crater there talking to us about travel in 2025. Paul's very much looking forward to it. Shonali, you're going to be just here at work.
I will be all over the place. We'll talk about it another time.
She's not giving us her travel.
No, she's not.
No, because then people will be there waiting for her.
Yep.
You know?
In the summer, I'll be at the Jersey Shore.
Does that wrap it up for us today?
It does.
Boom.
Well, it's been
S&P.
fantastic. Should we do it again tomorrow?
We should.
I'll be here.
We'll do it again tomorrow. Bloomberg Intelligence and Open Interest joining forces. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherry Ann in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile. And half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
A continent of vast opportunity and endless potential, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the players and unpacks the issues shaping the African story. We'll bring you interviews with key newsmakers and expert analysis, getting to the heart of business, politics, and economics in the region. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Africa Amplified.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield every Friday at 12 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot?
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice and my conversation, my poetry, you know.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in the nation's capital, where the Speaker of the House just got the most important endorsement in politics. Yes, from Donald Trump. We'll discuss with former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman and with our political panel. But of course, Washington is now gearing up for more than the new Congress and the inauguration, with preparations now also underway for a presidential funeral. After Jimmy Carter died yesterday at 100, we're going to spend some time here in the outset of our conversation seeking perspective here on Jimmy Carter's life and presidency. First, with my friend and colleague David Weston, who joins us from World Headquarters in New York, of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week. And David, it's great to see you. I hope your holidays are well, and we're lucky to have you today in the office. A lot of people have been talking about the presidency of Jimmy Carter. I heard you weighing in a little bit earlier with some highlights and lowlights and a lot of comparisons to the Biden White House. But I want to hear from you first on the man who grew up in a house in Plains, Georgia, without electricity or plumbing, to become a nuclear physicist, a graduate of the Naval Academy, the governor, and then the president. It's a pretty remarkable story.
Yeah, it is an amazing story, actually. As you say, from very humble backgrounds in a peanut farm, and then did go to the Naval Academy and became a nuclear sub commander under Rickover. Extraordinary. Then went back to the peanut farm when his father died, and then became, of course, the governor of Georgia and ultimately the president of the United States. Perhaps one of the least likely candidates for president, perhaps until, of course, course, we had Donald Trump, but like Donald Trump, very much an outsider in Washington who got elected in part because of the circumstances that really prevailed at the time, because he was coming out of Watergate, as we know, with the debacle of Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford's pardon, and also the terrible situation with the war in Vietnam, which had ended just a few years earlier, with the United States really had a terrible struggle.
Changed the way we look at the presidency, though, right? He carried his own bags, David. He was the first president to get out of the motorcade to walk the inauguration route.
Yeah, and he did it very much on purpose. When he got out with Rosalind Carter, his wife, to walk the route, he wanted to show that he was not part of an imperial presidency, as it was perceived Richard Nixon really was, that this is a really presidency of the people, and he wanted to reach out to people. And he was, in many ways, personally, I think, modest man, very self-confident, maybe even arrogant, very smart, but modest in his personal habits, and he communicated that right straight through his life. He never really varied from that.
As an outsider, I heard you referencing this earlier on Bloomberg today. You could argue that he paved the road for some unlikely politicians who would follow him, including Donald Trump.
No, absolutely right, because as I say, if you went a few years before he was elected president, almost no one would have thought he would have made it. And I think you could say something similar to Donald Trump the first time around when he ran for presidency, and really did run in some ways against Washington the way Donald Trump did. He didn't call it a swamp, but there was sort of that underlying thing. He also had a lot of problems with his own party, as you know, Joe. He was a moderate. He was sort of to the center, even a little bit conservative side of the Democratic Party, and he ran crosswise of a lot of his own party. Interesting in perspective, because he was actually trying to rein in government in many respects and be a little bit more fiscally responsible, and his party really, particularly up on Capitol Hill, wanted him to spend more money and go further, and particularly pursue fossil fuels. He got in a lot of trouble with Senator Byrd over that subject. So he ran against his party to some extent, and perhaps paid a price for it.
Will history be kinder to him than, say, journalists were writing the first draft of Jimmy Carter's life?
You know, I'm always reluctant to talk about what history's going to say, but I think the way you phrased that, I think I can pretty confidently say definitely history already is kinder to him than what people were saying when he left the presidency. We have to remember he was only there 4 years, and there was so much that went on domestically and internationally during that time. Much of it a struggle, the Iranian hostage crisis, Russia going into Afghanistan, the oil crisis, domestically stagflation went on. At the same time, he did broker the Camp David Accords, and it really brought peace of a sort to the Middle East between at least Egypt and Israel. He also normalized relations with China and gave the Panama Canal back to Panama, although the incoming new president, Donald Trump, apparently is thinking about giving it back to him, getting it back.
He sure is. David, it's great to see you. David Weston, of course, the host of Bloomberg Wall Street Week, with us from World Headquarters in New York. We appreciate the context and the perspective here. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We did hear from Joe Biden. He's in St. Croix, of course, for the holidays, addressed the nation upon the news of Jimmy Carter's death. Let's listen.
America and the world, in my view, lost a remarkable leader. What I find extraordinary about Jimmy Carter, though, is that millions of people all around the world, all over the world, feel they lost a friend as well, even though they never met him. And that's because Jimmy Carter lived a life measured not by words, but by his deeds.
I want to add the voice of Andra Gillespie, Associate Professor of Political Science at Emory University, a frequent voice on this program. Professor, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. There are so many comparisons. We've been hearing them since before Jimmy Carter went into hospice to the Biden administration. Donald Trump himself, who today had some nicer things to say about Jimmy Carter, constantly making that comparison. Was it fair?
You know, I think in some ways people are going to sort of use them as parallels because of their relatively short terms. But Jimmy Carter and Joe Biden have different things. When Joe Biden became president of the United States, he came with decades of Washington experience. And I think as we look to see what the legislative impact of his policy agenda was, it's going to look different, though it's going to be substantial, as was President Carter's. You know, President Carter came in as an outsider. He's coming in off of the heels of Watergate. He came in to set a new tone to try to help to restore trust in American institutions that had been ravaged by the mistakes that President Nixon had made. And I think, the thing that's really going to distinguish President Carter from President Biden is his post-presidency. So, looking at the actuarial tables, Joe Biden isn't going to have the type of post-presidency that Jimmy Carter had, but Jimmy Carter was able to build upon the record that I think was unheralded while he served in office, but he was able to build on that record to have, the gold standard for post-presidencies. And part of that was because he was voted out of office. He was in his mid-50s, and he had a long life, and so he had a long time to be able to cultivate a legacy around the world of helping to promote democracy, eradicate disease, promote peace.
The longest-lived former president in American history. He certainly used the time. To your point, Professor, how has that changed the way we look at his actual presidency? Because everything you hear today, including the statement from Donald Trump, well, I didn't agree with this, or I didn't think he'd made the right decision here as president, but he went on to convince me that he was a great patriot and that he was to be trusted.
Yeah, I think that was very gracious of incoming President Trump, but it's also just the consistency and the integrity with which he lived his life. I think that that's probably going to be his greatest legacy. I think people forget that in 1976, people were still reeling from Watergate. There were concerns, about corruption. Jimmy Carter presenting himself as a Baptist school teacher and a born-again Christian, and even though it was maligned at the time, the type of person who really did try to live out his faith was something that was supposed to be a refreshing reversal, of course, for the United States. When he was in office, he was often accused of hectoring. So when we talk about the energy crisis, his admonitions to Americans to turn down the thermostat and put on a sweater were not necessarily particularly well received. But, when we think, about what he was saying this all in good faith. And, even though he was voted out of office in 1980, when he's continuing to live that life and to live it consistently and to try to live out his faith as best as he could, I think people saw the genuineness. And, and that also manifested itself in terms of the causes that they took up. So looking for diseases that people weren't thinking about that affected people in the developing world, going after the most vulnerable, helping to amplify the efforts of Habitat for Humanity. This is a person who kind of, really tried to walk the talk and to live out his faith in a really exceptional way. And I think that that's part of the reason why so many people had so much respect for him.
The Camp David Accords, I think, would be considered a pretty remarkable success for any presidency, even if that was the only thing he had to show for it. But, of course, he had the Iranian hostage crisis that so many people remember just as strongly, in fact, more in some cases here. He said in 2015, I was really taken by this, Professor, one of the big regrets he had in his life when asked if he had any. He said, quote, "I wished I'd sent one more helicopter to get the hostages. We would have rescued them, and I would have been reelected." Is that true?
So I would leave that up to my diplomatic historians to say that, but I think you always think of what you could do to help ease suffering for people, and that certainly was a hallmark of President Carter's life. The truth is that there is sort of the symbol of the hostages coming home as Ronald Reagan is being inaugurated into office, and so there certainly is a certain political centering and symbolism there that one wished you could have avoided, and certainly the inability to be able to get the hostages home sort of contributed to this perception in some instances, and I think, in hindsight was undeserved, that President Carter was feckless. And so that contributing to, the stagnating economy at the time and the energy crisis certainly, made people feel a certain type of malaise that I think we're familiar with today. And I think the lesson of Carter, and perhaps 20 years from now, the lesson of Joe Biden is we shouldn't necessarily make decisions about presidents based on how we feel in the moment or based on short-term calculations.
Well, boy, that's a professor talking if there ever was one. You're talking to a journalist here. Be careful, Audra Gillespie. Can we remind our listeners and viewers, by the way, that he never used the word malaise in the so-called malaise speech? How did that happen?
So I defer to the historians about that, but it's not certainly the first time that a word kind of captures the zeitgeist, even if it wasn't directly said by,
It gets back to this first draft of history, though, doesn't it? You don't always believe the analysis, or don't always fully invest yourself in the analysis that you're hearing in real time, I think is the point that you're making, and I'll try to underscore here. In our remaining 2 moments, Professor, talk to me about the relationship that Jimmy Carter had with Atlanta, the fact that he went back the way that he did, and then, of course, staged a post-presidency that reinvented the mall in his hometown.
Well, this is something that I've certainly benefited from. So he, lived in Plains, but he set up his presidential library at the Carter Center, which has a connection to Emory University, where I work. President Carter was on the faculty, so every year, as long as he was physically able to do so, he gave a convocation to all of our freshman students. It was certainly a treat to be able to attend one of those events. All of the freshmen had to attend. President Carter made himself available to faculty. He would invite you to lunch. He would also inform you if he was going to teach your class. And so I remember getting that email one year telling me President Carter is coming to your class on such and such a day. And, my one regret from that, I learned from a colleague who had that happen to her a couple of years later, is that I didn't video record that lecture. But the things that he said in that lecture in my class, I still repeat to my students, even more than a decade later.
That's really wonderful. I'm glad you could share that memory with us. Sandra Gillespie, thank you so much, Professor. It's good to see you. From Emory University, of course, in Atlanta, where the talk is, of course, about Jimmy Carter today. 100 years old, and we'll be talking a lot more about the life and legacy of the former president throughout the broadcast here on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where we do have a bit of news today. We're less than a week out from leadership elections, the start of the new Congress. And the Speaker of the House just landed the big endorsement. Donald Trump says he's on board, and so we may have a path forward here. We'll talk about it next with our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, along with Maura Gillespie. The view from both sides of the aisle here on the fastest show in politics. Stay with us. A lot more ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. Stay with us on Bloomberg.
It's the world's second largest economy, with a growing influence in global affairs. But geopolitical uncertainties, deflationary pressures, and questions about foreign investment linger. Bloomberg, the China Show, brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China. Bloomberg, the China Show, weeknights at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
One of the very critical things is that a lot of young entrepreneurs don't realize is that when you start as an entrepreneur, you're not just building your business, which of course you are, but you're also building your organization. And most people don't realize that. And building an organization is not just about hiring people. It's about the culture. It's about the systems, the values, the mission. It's about how you operate, how you do things, how you retain people, how you keep them motivated. So it's all of those things put together. And over time, you realize that, a lot of effort has to go into it. And then eventually you have an organization that has a life of its own. You look at it and you marvel and you think about, how was this created? And was I the person that was behind getting this thing done?
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
The bond of our common humanity is stronger than the divisiveness of our fears and prejudices. God gives us a capacity for choice. We can choose to alleviate suffering. We can choose to work together for peace. We can make these changes, and we must.
2002, Former President Jimmy Carter accepting the Nobel Peace Prize. The 39th President of the United States winning the prize for his decades of work seeking peaceful solutions to international conflicts, advancing democracy and human rights, and promoting economic and social development. Just part of a life story that we're reflecting on today, with Jimmy Carter dead at 100. And a remarkable remembrance not only underway right now, but the pomp and circumstance, the formal procession that will follow here in Washington, D.C., with a day of mourning now declared for January 9th. The stock market will be closed that day, and we're going to see the full deal here in the nation's capital, which is something we're pretty good at. If you recall the funeral parade, the procession for Ronald Reagan in 2004, we will likely have the caisson, the riderless horse, and the rest of the tradition that follows a moment like this. We have a lot to talk about with our panel together today on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, Democratic analyst, Bloomberg politics contributor, and political science professor at Iona University, joined by Maura Gillespie, founder, principal, BlueStack Strategies, Republican strategist, and a veteran of John Boehner's Speaker's office. It's great to see you both here. Maura, I'll start with you. Having spent time in the Speaker's office, just about the actual procession and the planning that's underway right now. The timing is peculiar. We have to start a new Congress. The stage is literally set with scaffolding for an inauguration on both sides of Pennsylvania Avenue. What kind of a job is in store for leaders here to pull this off?
It's a lot of work for the people who work in the Capitol, for those who are working for the architect of the Capitol's office, for those who are on the Speaker's special events team, as well as their Senate counterparts. So it's a lot that needs to get done, because they are responsible for planning these events and for getting things out to members and to organization, for the invitations, for the run of show. There's a lot that needs to go into it, and so I'm sure they're working overtime to try and get this and honor the former president in this way that needs to be done, that has historically been done. So it's definitely all hands on deck with the political side of things, the more bickering kind of things, probably on the back burner, but certainly something that members need to remember is that the Speaker's office and the Speaker's role is a Speaker of the whole House. It is a institutional post as much as it is a policy post, and so it's really important that their team has the confidence to go into this knowing that they're keeping their gavel to continue doing the work that they need to get done for this former president, but also for the American people.
I've been trying to make the point, Jeannie, that, while we talk about a lot of tough stuff here on a daily basis, we usually talk about only the bad stuff that happens in Washington and how we can get nothing done. This is one of the things that Washington does very well. And I wonder what's going through your mind right now in the way that you hope people remember Jimmy Carter as we walk our way up to that procession.
Yeah, it's fascinating, because I think more than most modern presidents, Jimmy Carter is going to be remembered not just by Americans on the 9th and in the weeks prior, but by people around the world. He is somebody who is beloved in so many parts of the world because of the work he did, both during his presidency, but importantly, post-presidency. So I think this is going to be a time of remembrance for people around the world, and I think there is going to be mourning for the loss of somebody like Jimmy Carter, who many people now reflect on and say it's hard to imagine somebody of his ilk being elected not just president of the United States today, but a leader in the world today. And so it is a mourning not just of the person, but also of a moment in time that many people don't see us reliving, or a man, or person coming to prominence in the way Jimmy Carter did. It was quite unlikely presidency, and he certainly made the most of it.
You consider the obsession, Maura, that Donald Trump has with the projection of power. Every move is choreographed with that in mind, to show strength. The way he speaks, the way he positions his body, the whole bit, the optics surrounding that administration. Jimmy Carter was the opposite, as we've been noting. He carried his own bags. He was the first guy to get out of the limousine to walk the route. He goes on national television wearing a cardigan, telling people to turn down the thermostat. Obviously, we have a contrast here. Have we learned that one works and another does not?
don't think that it's a matter of one is better than the other, one works better than the other. I think that there are times in our history where we need a firmer hand, where we need to, present strength on the world stage when there are such bad actors that will fill that vacuum if we don't. So I think that there is something to be said about when you present strength in a way that maybe people like Donald Trump want to present strength in ways of, bravado and things like that. But, what I will say, and to Jeannie's point as well, it does feel as though a bygone era of when decency and humble servitude and servant leadership was really something that we valued as a nation and saw as admirable. And I do think that, if anything, I hope that these next few weeks in reflecting on Jimmy Carter's legacy, that's what we take away from it. Not necessarily getting into the, good, bad, or other policy decisions, but about the decency and the integrity he had as far as just, his humble beginnings.
Yeah, sure. Well, you wonder if that approach, with the approach that I described, at least, Jeannie, when it came to Jimmy Carter, if it would have been palatable in any other time. You could argue that Jimmy Carter wouldn't have been elected without Watergate, without Richard Nixon. You could also argue on the other end that Ronald Reagan would not have resonated with the American people in the way he was projecting power if it had not been for Jimmy Carter. I guess that's the definition of a transitional presidency. Is that the way we should look at it?
Absolutely. I mean, there's been a school of thought in academia for a long time amongst historians that without Ford's pardon of Nixon, there would have been no Carter. And to your point, there would have been no Reagan. And I think there's some truth to that. I'm reflecting on the humble nature of who he was. And you and Mort were just talking about that. And as we look towards Donald Trump's inauguration, one of the great stories he used to tell was that at his inauguration, his mother was asked by reporters, "Aren't you proud of your son?" And she said, "Which one?" And Jimmy Carter often reflected on that as sort of the roots, along with his religious, how religious he was, how devout he was. As, this was where he came from. His mother, Georgia, on a peanut farm. They grew up without running water, electricity. So he was humble through and through. And I think, unfortunately, what people have taken away in the short term as they've run for office is that did not serve him well in the immediate, in the presidency. Long term it may, but short term it didn't. And I think that's quite a loss. That, and of course, his promise to always be honest to the American people, even when it wasn't to his advantage. And he did that. And of course, poll-wise, it wasn't to his advantage.
Maura, are the comparisons to the Biden administration fair today?
I don't know that I would compare Jimmy Carter to Joe Biden, but again, to Judy's point, history has a way of showing us that we appreciate presidents long after they're gone. We appreciate the integrity that leaders show. I'm thinking of George W. Bush. I'm thinking of my former boss, John Boehner. People appreciate them more after they've left, reflecting on what they've done and what they did, and sacrificing, again, similar to what, Jimmy Carter did by being honest, even if it wasn't always advantageous in the moment, in the long run, they served us well. And so I think that we, as we reflect on that, I wouldn't necessarily compare Joe Biden to Jimmy Carter, as I said, but I do think that there are some takeaways of that former style of leadership. And again, with being institutionalist and recognizing the value of protecting the integrity of our institutions and the system of government we have here. And I think that's what leadership is. And it may be a bygone era, but I hope that we can steer the course things back towards integrity and respect.
Oh, it's a great conversation with Maura Gillespie and Jeannie Shanzano, and our panel will stay with us. They're back in hour 2 of Balance of Power, because we still have to talk about what's happening in the House of Representatives with the big endorsement today from Donald Trump. Coming in line behind the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. We will talk about that ahead with former Republican Congressman Denver Riggleman. He's with us right here at the table in Washington, D.C., coming up next on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. Stay with us on Bloomberg TV and radio.
The top names in business are on Bloomberg.
We are in the midst of the largest wealth transfer in history right at this very moment. So $100 trillion of wealth is going to next-gen and millennial clients over the next decade. So that has some pretty significant implications. But in addition to that, women are controlling more and more global wealth. Today, they control a third of global wealth, but in the next 5 years, 30 trillion is going to pass in the hands of women, and they're going to control over 50% of the global wealth market out there today. Women care deeply about investing with purpose, investing to make an impact, doing good with their investments. So you're going to see some significant opportunities for us as we lean in and have been leaning in to capturing more of the female wallet globally.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa regions are home to some of the biggest deals and fastest growth in the world. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. I'm Jumana Bersachi. Join me on Bloomberg Horizon's Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insights shaping the decisions of traders across this exciting region.
We're scaling up at incredible pace.
This region is growing so rapidly.
The opportunity is really huge. Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We felt strongly that there has been an opportunity for there to be an experience on mobile that is centered around gamers. Like, we talk a lot about how there's 3 billion gamers in the world. 2 of those billion play on mobile, and half of those actually play on mobile and they play on another device. But there isn't actually a gaming platform and store experience that is centered around players and goes truly across device, where who you are, your library, your identity, your rewards, that travels with you versus being locked to a single ecosystem. And we've recognized that opportunity for a long time, but we wanted to make sure that anything we built was really grounded in people who play those mobile native games and the creators of them. And so being joined with a team that has real deep expertise in mobile was important to us.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
Top names in business are on Bloomberg.
The question is, if you lower taxes and use it to reduce the debt, the question is how stimulative those activities are, and that's where the Treasury Secretary appointee has got to figure it all out, because he's got to call the balls and strikes about how it all fits together. We got to realize that the impact we have if we don't get this debt back in line.
Nobody covers business like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
Thanks for being with us on the fastest show in politics. It's Balance of Power, the Monday edition. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for being here on Bloomberg TV and radio. We do have news in the House of Representatives. Good news for the Speaker with the total endorsement, complete and total, I think how he put it, coming in from Donald Trump. We're going to talk about that in a moment with former Congressman Denver Riggleman, along with a number of other issues here in the nation's capital today. But we've also got our eyes on Wall Street, where it's a down day again. And Bloomberg's Alex Semenova is with us from World Headquarters in New York with the latest on this. How are we doing, Alex?
Hey, Joe, I'm well. Good to be on with you as always. No Santa Claus rally for investors in a period that tends to be bullish for equity prices. Stocks down for a third straight session, though some on Wall Street arguing that Santa simply came early this year. The S&P 500 still up 23% in 2024. And just taking a look at some of the moves today, if you look at the S&P 500 down 0.7%, and all but one of 11 sectors in the red today. Just energy up for the day. The technology-heavy NASDAQ 100 down 0.9% with the so-called Magnificent Seven stocks, the high flyers and winners of this year leading losses. And the Dow Jones Industrial Average down about 320 points. Bond yields have retreated just a bit. The U.S. 10-year yield down to 4.55% after handily eclipsing 4.6% last week. And Bitcoin, which is kind of a proxy for risk sentiment, down nearly 2% below the 92,000 level. Of course, Joe, you remember it surged to about 108,000 just earlier this month.
Yeah, boy, it's interesting to watch this come together at the end of the year here. Should we just assume that the Santa Claus rally was front-loaded? People got concerned about being overextended ahead of the new Congress and the new presidency?
It certainly seems to be the case. It can't stress enough how unusual it is to get 2 consecutive years of gains of more than 20% for the S&P 500 index. So a lot of investors are going into next year with a little bit more caution, uncertainty. If you go back to the history of bull markets, they tend to last on average about 6 years, and the third year tends to be the weakest one, usually seeing a single-digit return. So there's this element of wariness going into January, especially with uncertainty around what kind of policies Donald Trump will put into effect. A lot of people worried that they might be reflationary, tariffs, tax cuts at a time when yields are already rising. So that is certainly taking some of the luster off of these mega cap tech names that have seen just enormous gains for the past 2 years, obviously already with very lofty valuations, Joe.
All right, Alexandria, it's great to have you back. Alexandria Semenova in New York. We'll have more with Alex next hour as we follow the beat here on Wall Street. Not ending the year with a big smash, obviously, but we'll keep tabs on things for you straight through tomorrow, the last trading day of the year on Wall Street. The big news in the world of politics: complete and total endorsement for Speaker Mike Johnson. That, according to Donald Trump, taking to Truth Social and changing the course of the day here. We started the day by wondering if Mike Johnson had the votes to keep the gavel on Friday when the new Congress begins. It appears we may have an answer to that question now, and with us at the table, none other than Denver Riggleman, the former Republican congressman from Virginia, with us in person. Always a treat to see you. Hope your holidays are well.
Oh, great.
You're a happy guy because you're not doing this anymore, right?
It's absolutely ebullient. Is that a word? Yeah, but no, ebullient. Yes. Yeah, I'm ebullient. Yes.
I like that. It's a nice place to start. I suspect that Mike Johnson is kind of feeling that way as well. Jim Comer, just this morning, was calling around the 20 people who helped to dispatch Kevin McCarthy to say, hey, you got to get on board with Mike Johnson. I guess the job's been done.
I don't think so. No? I didn't work out for McCarthy that well. And, when you think about it, and also when you look at people like the Chip Roys, the Tom Masseys, the Andy Harrises, they drink their own bathwater. They don't really drink Trump's bathwater.
That doesn't sound good.
No, it doesn't. But I think, a lot of people call the Freedom Caucus the Trump Protection Caucus. But in reality, there are people there that are very idealistic, right? They're ideologues. And they're also going to do their own thing. And their districts are relatively safe. So as we get closer to the midterms, if things aren't tracking the way they want based on their ideology, based on what they're looking at as far as the deficit and the debt, you could see some issues. And I think there are going to be some arguments. I don't think it guarantees Mike Johnson the speakership at all. I think if you look at Chip Roy, I think people forget Chip Roy certified the election. And Chip, was Freedom Caucus, and he went against most of the Freedom Caucus to do that. So I think, again, people need to realize, yes, Trump does control the party almost completely, but you do have people like the Chip Roys and the Thomas Masseys that are going to do what they're going to do.
Well, so if there's no guarantee that Mike Johnson is the speaker, then the Congress cannot begin, right? You have to have the speaker to swear in the Congress, then the lawmakers. There's also this thing coming down the pike called the inauguration.
That's happening, yeah.
There's also going to be a former president lying in state on January 9th. Can any of that happen if we don't have a speaker?
I think as far as with the former president, I think that absolutely does happen. But as far as, the multiple rounds of a speaker right at the beginning of the Congress, I think it would be interesting because how many Republicans are going to be sitting, 219 or 220? So say you have 3 or 4. They're like, we don't want to do this right now. We're going to demand some things.
Then you need Democrats.
There's not going to be one Democrat that votes for Mike Johnson for speaker. Absolutely.
That's what Hakeem Jeffries says.
Not one. Not one. It's not going to happen. And I think that at this point, when we see what's already happening, what they call the MAGA Civil War and things like that that's happening right now, it's going to be very interesting to see how that does.
You know what the first day of Congress is like. You've done this. They bring the kids. They're singing songs together, right? The big swearing. It's rah-rah. Everyone feels great. That's supposed to be the one day you feel good about your job in Washington. What's it going to be like this time?
It's going to be miserable.
Miserable.
Miserable. When I swore in, it was that long 4 to 5 hour wait. Remember, it was coming over from the Republican to the Democratic Congress when I came in. It was a long, miserable day for me. It wasn't really ebullient. But I think it's going to be a miserable day. I think you're going to have a lot of votes, and I think
so. It's going to be many rounds either way. You say.
I think it might be, but it depends on, again, if Comer can convince people. I hope he does a better job than convincing people in the Oversight Committee. But if he does a halfway decent job in convincing people, maybe it's easy. But I think they actually have to ramp up their lobbying efforts pretty hard to get everybody on board.
Just to elect a speaker, not even pass a piece of legislation.
Just to elect a speaker. Oh, legislation's going to be a shit show. I mean, it's
well, you can't say that. All right, no, it's okay. Let me ask you about something else coming January 6th. This is of personal import to you because you were an advisor on the January 6th committee. You also lived through that madness. I just wonder what you make of the fact that no one's talking about it.
It is, it's something,
4 years later, you would think this would be a big deal.
This should be the biggest deal, is what happened on January 6th. I honestly don't foresee Harris supporters storming the Capitol, coming in for January 6th. But this should be a huge deal. And I think part of it, I wonder a little bit, and I'm not trying to be self-deprecating or humble brag or anything, if I haven't done enough based on the data that we saw. And we still knew that, years, 2 to 3 years after, we really thought we'd see more in action when it came to actually criminal, I would say, charges against certain individuals. We had phone records, we had text records. Those are at the archives or wherever they're nested right now. But I have to tell you, to me, it's the most important thing. It's the way that I voted was because of January 6th. It's what I've seen. It's why I wrote my book. It's why I started my new company. Everything had to do with what I saw was the lack of resourcing, lack of technology, the fact we couldn't get what we needed to get. But the other good side of that was we had enough to identify some of the real bad actors at the command and control level. But I have to tell you, I think people want to forget. And I think it should be something we remember every January 6th. But again, it's a little surprising to me because for me, it's one of the most important things to happen in American history.
People want to forget. Isn't that interesting? Whether you are fond of what happened that day or not? I mean, did Democrats want to forget that because it's a difficult memory?
I think it was hard for them to run on it. I don't think they could actually verbalize specifically why January 6th was so important, which shocked me. Because for me, I can verbalize it pretty easily. As you know, we've talked about it before. Sure. But I wonder if America's on the psychiatric couch, right? And they're like, do you remember? They're like, January 6th, 2021, what happened that day? But it is really incredible to me. I think we need to actually bring that more to the forefront. And I think we need to revisit why that happened, the disinformation, right? And the fact that, 1 in 5 Americans don't read below the 6th grade level. I believe that's correct. And we have to look at education and things that happened. But why did people sack the Capitol based on fantasy?
It's not going to happen again this time around.
Not that I see.
Legislation would also prevent this from being a matter the vice president needs to worry about.
That's right, correct.
So what happens when all of the January 6th offenders are pardoned? Is that something Donald Trump does?
I think
in the outset.
I think they'll say they'll go case by case, but I think they're going to pardon, I would say, a majority of the January 6th, those who are convicted. I wonder about those who actually beat law enforcement. It's going to be very difficult, I think, when you do these type of pardons. How do you actually explain away those that you pardon that actually, physically assaulted Capitol Police? I know them. Many that were there, and I do wonder how that's going to pan out.
It's been suggested that he leaves the biggest offenders right where they are.
He
that this wouldn't be a blanket pardon. Do you believe they go case by case through this matter? We're talking about a lot of people here, Denver.
I think they're going to set a minimum threshold, and they're not going to go case by case on that threshold. Okay. If it was people who just trespassed, I think they'll just pardon them.
Done.
Yeah, carte blanche. And for those who did the more serious things, it does bother me if they do get out. And I'm not for any pardons on the J6 individuals, but it's very difficult because it seems every president pardons people that I never would.
There's been talk of preemptive pardons here from Joe Biden. I always hear the name Liz Cheney, then you hear Adam Kinzinger. How about Denver Riggleman?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly had some threats, and there's a possibility I'm subpoenaed, right? As we saw Barry Loudermilk's 128-page report, which I actually read. I know it's crazy. I read it, but it's ludicrous, right? And Barry had, I know Barry. They have I guess they made some points on the defense of the Capitol and some of those breakdowns. They were correct. But going after Liz Cheney, saying somehow she was meddling that way is just ludicrous. It's absolutely what Donald Trump wanted the committee to do. But I think as far as a preemptive pardon, I don't want one.
You don't?
I don't. I'd rather fight.
Why?
Because I think people need to stand up, and if you want, and I know there's some people who I would say with Liz and even with Adam, maybe a preemptive pardon works in their favor. It's up to them to have that. But for me, I'd rather the bar fight right now.
The bar fight?
Yeah, I'd rather that. I mean, it's how I was raised. I didn't have a political career.
You do run a distillery.
I do run a distillery. We do make whiskey, and I do have an AI company too, and so I also pretty good with data. So if they they want somebody who makes whiskey and goes after bad people with data up in Congress, who's a former congressman, I'm happy to oblige.
You're going to get lunch with Elon to talk about this?
Oh, you know what? I would have lunch with Elon. You know, I would tell him to stop posting, gobshite, right? And, and I think a lot of that has to do with, the things that he's doing. But yeah, I'd have lunch with Elon and tell him what I thought.
What's going on with Elon Musk here? We're already seeing a little bit of a breakdown over the H-1B situation.
Yeah.
The MAGA versus Musk situation seems tenuous. Will a year or two from now, will he still have the president's ear?
No.
No.
No. I mean, the thing about H-1B is what's interesting, he's going against some really big PACs on the far right, like Numbers USA and things like that. But for me, I'm an H-1B, H-2A, and H-2B supporter based on our district's very rural. But we also have a lot of technology in Virginia and the Commonwealth. And, I mean, that's why I'm starting an exploratory committee to run for statewide office is because of those type of issues. So, those are the type of things, that excite me.
Well, hold on, because I always reserve the last minute or two of our conversations to ask you that last thing that, you may or may not want to answer.
Right.
Because whether you get a pardon or not, will you have a political future?
I didn't have one before when I won accidentally. So, but I think...
Would you like to have a political future?
I think I would rather try to change the dynamic of the two-party system that seems to, I would, ran as a Republican. I got to be behind the door with Trump. I was Republicans for Harris. And the things that I saw, on either side, which a lot of people say actually frightened me based on special interest. It always has when I got into politics, not to the age of about 46, 47. So, yeah, I have a lot of issues because I have individuals. I say a lot of issues. There's probably going to be the soundbite people play. But I have a lot of responsibilities, right? Fiduciary responsibilities for my companies. But that's why we started an exploratory committee, because I think there needs to be somebody who's willing to drag the axe and tell the truth, regardless if there's an R or D behind people's names. And that's why we're looking at. There's a lot of people, who've asked me. They don't have to force me. Nobody's going to force me to do anything. Yeah. But it was interesting to see the amount of support I had just for an exploratory committee.
Lieutenant governor.
Well, maybe that, or who knows? Statewide office.
Would you run the state of Virginia?
I don't know if I could that's why we're looking at conflicts of interest and stuff like that, but lieutenant governor is absolutely a possibility.
There you have it from Denver Riggleman. Fascinating. He would not be running as a Republican, though, right?
No. Or a Democrat.
Which party? Or a Democrat.
No, he's running as Denver frickin' Riggleman.
The gentleman from Virginia. It's always great to see you here at the table. Happy New Year. Thanks for coming over.
New Year. Thanks.
I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics, where we just made some news. Denver Riggleman aiming for statewide office in Virginia, as we just learned here. Possibly. He's laughing. We'll have more on this ahead, right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
You've released, I think, a Bollywood song, a reggae album, a gospel album. You've done a bunch of different genres. Is there any genre you haven't tried that is, because it feels like this next one you're doing is sort of back in your sweet spot.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together, and that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice.
So your role in a jazz album is just your singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry,
Welcome to the world of decentralized finance.
Massive outperformance from Bitcoin.
Bloomberg's covering all things crypto, the people.
The tectonic shift emanating from Washington.
All we're looking for is clear rules and the ability to build in the United States.
Crypto shouldn't be partisan.
The transactions.
Really a record-breaking moment.
Crypto VC is back.
And the technology.
It's really the beginning of a global on-chain economy.
And if America doesn't embrace it, we're going to be left behind.
Bloomberg Crypto, Tuesdays, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks for joining us. The Monday edition as we consider the pardon power, something we were just talking about with former Congressman Denver Riggleman. It's something that Joe Biden is intimately familiar with now in the final throes of his presidency. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us with more on what could follow. And Tyler, what's already been done? He's in rarefied air, this president.
Right, exactly, Joe. So acts of clemency are one of the few things that President Biden can still do to exert his executive action, since at this point it appears increasingly unlikely that Congress would work with him to advance any other parts of his agenda. And President Biden's doing just that. Actually, at this point in his first term, President Biden has issued more federal commutations than any other modern-day president at that point in time. That's largely thanks to 1,500 federal commutations that President Biden announced earlier this month, along with 39 federal pardons for federal inmates who had been convicted of nonviolent crimes. He then, Joe, took it a step further last week, issuing 37 commutations for federal inmates on death row. The White House says that those inmates will remain in prison for life without the option of parole. But it was interesting because somebody that actually urged him to take that step was Pope Francis. And we've since learned that President Biden will actually travel to the Vatican next month in what will likely be his last international trip as president.
Wow, fascinating.
But as we talk about all these pardons, just quickly, it is important to note perhaps his most controversial and sweeping pardon, which I know you've spent a lot of time covering, which was for his son Hunter Biden, who averted prison time after being convicted on felony federal tax and gun charges, and is also protected from any further federal prosecution for any crimes he may or may not have committed over the past decade. A recent poll, Joe, shows us that many Americans disagreed with that decision. Only 2 out of 10 approved of it, according to a recent poll by the Associated Press.
Well, yeah, this is fascinating. That was the first pardon, of course, was the Hunter pardon. We've already indicated there could be more to follow. So stay right where you are, Tyler. I want to talk with you a little bit more about that. It recalls the conversation we had with the person who wrote the book on presidential pardons, Baltimore University law professor Kim Whaley. Here's what she said following those pardons from Joe Biden.
It's not unique, however, in that there have been presidents in the past that have issued general pardons without anything specific. For example, Jimmy Carter issued pardons for people who dodged the draft. The pardon is actually quite vague. It doesn't identify any people in particular. And something more tailored to an individual would be, of course, Gerald Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon, which was not just for the crimes that were ready to go in an indictment against Nixon that wasn't actually filed against him, but it was ready to go. But any crimes, additional crimes that he could have been charged